Hello, everybody, and good morning. Hope you're having a good morning. Hello, Crystal, Eileen, Zorit Master, Sandy Toes. Welcome, everybody. So, I was going over Chantal's content last night. Hello, Lost Soul. Chantal did some lives last night. She was doing a lot of triggering behavior, doing a lot of eating. Hello, Mrs. B. You guys already know how I feel about that. I am not going to let her trigger me to eat a bunch of food. I'm just not going to do it. She was literally drinking salad dressing. She was just eating a whole bunch of snack foods. I think yesterday she did a grocery haul. She got 4 boxes of Cheez-Its and 4 or 5 bags of chips and pretzels, and she was just going wild with the food. I am not going to let her trigger me to eat any food. We're staying away from all that. There's really no sense. No, I'm going to keep my foot on her neck by doing some retro reacts, because I was looking over Knock Knock It's Karma's, the series, The 7 Deadly Sins, and I do recommend you guys go watch all the videos, because if you don't know stuff about Foodie, maybe there's stuff that you might have missed. Though the 7 Deadly Sins series will give you a really good idea about maybe a lot of things you didn't know. Yeah, we're going back to Knock Knock It's Karma. So I was considering reacting to Knock Knock It's Karma, the envy video, and that's a long one. But then I found there's a crackling mic. Damn it, I hate that. Let me see if I can adjust. Why is it crackling? There we go. Oops. Let me try something. Let's see. There we go. Is it working now? Is it better? Is the mic crackling really bad? Y'all in the chat, let me know, because I can't hear myself from your end. Okay. We're going to leave it alone. We're not going to touch it. I'm not going to touch it, chat. It's staying exactly where it's at. My mic is kind of twitchy. Okay. So, sorry about the crackling. Very, very sorry. Sorry. So sorry. I don't know what happened there. All right. So, as I was saying, I was looking over the series for Knock Knock It's Karma, and there was a series called Predator Hiding in Plain Sight. And I'm like, ooh, that's the one I have to do today. Because you guys know I have called Chantal a predator. I pointed out that Chantal is a predator. And that's just not me throwing all kinds of shade at her. She actually is a predator, in my opinion. She preys on men. She looks for men who maybe they need something and she can provide. She looks for men that maybe do not have a good grasp of the English language. She looks for weaknesses, because she herself is a weak person. And in order for her to feel strong, she preys on people who have weaknesses too. So we're going to go over how much of a predator this bitch is. Because I don't think some people get it. How much of a predator she is, how abusive she is. She's an abusive person. She's even said so herself. She has self-confessed many times to being verbally abusive. I mean, you guys can go on her Kick channel and watch her live streams. She's very abusive to people, even her own VIPs. The way she talks to people, banning people. One of her longtime supporters, someone named Bear, that has given her thousands of dollars, she got mad at them because all they did was ask a simple question. She was mad at Bear because Bear, has gone to reaction channels and given maybe super chats and memberships. So not only is she a predator, not only is she abusive, she's extremely controlling. She's trying to dictate to people where they can go on the internet and where they can't, like micromanaging people. And that's her need for control. Now, I saw that, Dandelion, that Bear wasn't rude at all. You know, it's, in my opinion, I don't think Foodie really cares about the majority of her beezers where they go, because some of them act like snitches for her and they, oh yeah, somebody's sniping you. I think it bothers her the most when her high paying big baller beezers go to other channels. It's not about the beezers going to other channels and finding out things, or supporting the reactors. Foodie has the mindset of, you're giving me that big money, you better not be giving it to other people. It's about the money. She wants the big baller beezers to stay on her side of the fence. She doesn't want the money to be split up with other people. Yeah, I saw that too. She said, your food choices make me sad. That's all Bear said. And Foodie was taking that in a condescending way. But here's the thing. When people say things in chat, because you cannot, it's not the same as somebody speaking to you. And you can hear the intonation in their voice to know what they're feeling and what they're thinking when they say it. She just automatically assumes that they're being sarcastic and mean, when it may not be that way. So if you're doing a live chat as a reactor and somebody says something and you're not sure, you should be asking, like, how did you mean that? Versus assuming immediately react. Yeah, she is lucky to have people around. I'm just going to put this out there. I think what Foodie's doing is she's pushing away a lot of the normal, what's the word I'm looking for? Doggone it, I'm having a brain fart. Normal subscribers, normal watchers and viewers, she doesn't want them on her channel. She's just looking for people that will support and enable her food fetish. Hello, Payday. Happy Saturday. You know, she's trying to build a fetish crowd over there. Support me, enable me, pay me. And here's a bit of sad news, guys. And I just found this out this morning. So, and Foodie better be on the watch, because Kick just got a whole lot of heat. And I'll tell you why. There was a very unfortunate, sad incident on Kick. An older gentleman that he had been tortured for 10 days, literally tortured on live stream by 2 other men for 10 whole days. And he passed away. They're doing a live stream. They're trying to wake him up for a live stream, and he wouldn't wake up. And there's been a whole lot of heat that is on Kick now, on the executives. I was watching it through it's a channel called A to Z, ATOZY. I don't know if you guys know about the channel, but I saw it and I'm like, this poor gentleman, this poor unfortunate man. He was an older gentleman, and literally he's a French streamer, and he was tortured on live stream, and this poor guy, they were threatening him with, if you don't do these live streams, we'll take your car away from you, we'll take your apartment. Yeah. And he passed away, I guess, in his sleep. But you can watch the video on A to Z and find out more stuff. Yeah, I saw that this morning. That's the name of the channel, A to Z. So that happened. And that makes me very ill that this, I know, Lackady. That is some dark web shit, and it's horrible. I mean, a lot of people have said that Kick, they allow a lot of stuff over there, but I'm like, really? You're going to allow the abuse and the torture of a person on your platform, you fucks? Excuse my language. I just wanted to cry for this man, this poor man, that nobody stepped in, that the platform didn't step in and stop this. 10 days, 10 whole days, like a marathon, this poor man. Holy shit. Yeah, I know. I agree with you. If they're allowing that over there, it's got to go. And here's the thing. Look at the way that Foodie is behaving. She's over there having major B moments. Yesterday, she was drinking salad dressing. So for anybody that might be going over there and reporting her, like, now you can see why nothing's happening. Look what Kick is allowing on their platform. Look what they're allowing. They're allowing literal abuse and torture of individuals. Thank you, Lori, for the gifted membership. Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to cry too, Mrs. B. I'm like, I just stopped myself. I was like, wow. It's like my condolences to that man, to his family. It's like that's too much. That is some dark web shit. That's crazy, insane. But you can find the video on the channel A to Z. Like, find the full video of what happened. Like, I don't want to share too many details, but it's very upsetting. So yeah, it does make sense, doesn't it? But this is a dark subject, but I've been calling Foodie a predator for the longest, and she is. So how about we, illustrate that more for anybody who might be watching or who might watch? Because there might be beezers that might want to come over here, and it might be a bit eye-opening to them. It might open their eyes to what they're really watching and who they're really subbed up to. You guys have heard me say before that they may not be aware of it. They may not think of it that way, but they're all involved in an abusive relationship with this woman. You can be involved in an abusive relationship even from far away. Even if the person's not physically in the room, it can still happen. She's doing all the classic abusive things. Select the target, then you isolate the target, the manipulation, the control, the love bombing, followed by the verbal abuse or physical abuse. And then after that, I'm sorry, guys, and then back to the love bombing. She's doing that with her community. Yep, and I know. It's clear as day now, and she doesn't care because she's on Kick, and what's anybody gonna do? Yeah, she was drinking salad dressing. You want to see? Hold on a minute. You want to see what's up? You guys want to see a clear example? Oh, and by the way, guys, she was also doxing people on her stream last night. Her English teacher doxed her. She also showed pictures of her French lover, the guy that she was seeing when she was 16 and he was 40, doxed him. There was also an author that she went to Katimovic with. I don't know why she was on like a doxing thing, but she was doxing people. But let me just show you what was happening last night. Then you'll understand why I'm not reacting to her content today, her regular content. Yeah, screw that. Oh, in other news, guys, I got to tell you about this. So little news that'll make you go, so Locale Live, they were still doing auditions last night. Brian Cook has officially become a legend. For those of you that watch Locale Bus and you've seen them doing auditions, Brian Cook came up again. And he is a survivor of a shooting. He's an actual survivor. And in very bad taste, Keem and company have called him, he looks like a school shooter. Well, he's not. He survived a shooting. But he's a legend. He came up again. And there was a, like clutch your chest moment, mic drop moment, where Brian Cook came up and he goes, oh, you said I look like a serial killer or a shooter. And he held up pictures of Emily. You know, for serial killers, he held up a picture of Emily and another picture of Emily laying her head on her ex's belly. I was like, oh, dang, you are savage, sir. You are savage. Yikes. It just, wow. Yeah, exactly. Good for him. He went there and he did that. I'm like, I like this guy. He'll be savage with a smile. Love it. Good for you, Brian. Amazing, sir. You did amazing work right there. Y'all are going to call him a serial killer? And he's held up pictures of Emily. And Emily with her head on her ex's belly. It's like, mic drop later. Well done, sir. Well done. Like, that's how you do like a knockout punch within seconds. But going back to, let's see, I'm going back to, okay, y'all want to see what was happening last night? I'll show you. 1 second, please. That. Courtesy of Are You Serious? That. Oh, she did throw a fit. This. Y'all get it now? Why I really can't react to her when she's doing this crap. Are we are we understanding each other? You guys do understand that why a food addict, an ex-food addict can't react to this, right? And this wasn't the only thing. This is not like, oh, you can just, you know, like fast forward. No, she was going wild with the food the entire time. Yep, right out of the bottle. She's doing the fetish stuff over on Kick now. This is, you got to know, this is requested behavior. Yeah, she's looking into the camera, exactly. She was taking Foodie requests while she was live. So you guys understand now. It's not that I don't want to react to her lives. It's just, actually, Orange Cat, I saw something on Twitter that she might put out a condensed version of the whole live, so I might react to that. And I don't think there's going to be much in the way of food parts, so I'll just take a look at it and see. But that's what was happening, y'all. That was what was happening last night. Okay, just so we're clear. But I'm going to be doing a series of retro reacts to Foodie, like the whole series for Knock Knock It's Karma. I was going to do Envy today, but after I saw this one called A Predator in Plain Sight, I'm like, I got to do it, because I don't think that people on Chantal's side of the fence, that it's dawning on them that she is a predator, that she preys on people, that she is diabolical, that she is manipulative. She's a very manipulative person. She preys on the weak. She looks for weaknesses in people. She looks for people that are hurt and broken to make part of her group, and then she milks them dry. What? What is this? Oh my God. I'm going to shut up. I don't want to get in trouble. Yeah, it's this comment right here. She's always been a predator and sticks up for other predators. Yeah, like Karate Joe, who was a convicted PDF file. Like Cyrax, like Dragon Lord Frodo. She keeps some very interesting friends, doesn't she? Making friends with and sticking up with and associating with people who are PDF files. You know, you are like, Why would she keep that kind of company? Why would she defend it unless there's something going on that we don't know about? Yep, like attracts like. Oh, you didn't know about that, Kimber Farms? She modded for Cyrax. She modded for Dragon Lord Frodo. She took up for them. She defended them. Karate Joe, back in the day, was her main mod. She called him her internet husband. He actually had her personal phone number. He would tell her when to stream and when to get off stream. I remember her going through all the drive-thrus at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. He would tell her what to eat. He was obviously kind of a foodie. Like, he had a lot of control over Chantal back in the day. Yeah, you didn't know that? Like, he and her were like this. And then when the community found out what Karate Joe had done, she was defending him. She said about him, oh, he's paid his debt to society. People should just forgive him. So having sympathy for a PDF file who hurt little ones and went to jail. So a predator sticking up for another predator. So for anybody who didn't know that, now you know. Yeah, she stuck up for him big time. Imagine defending a little one PDF file. We're lucky Chantal and Ale are the side they are because they're more dangerous. They're still dangerous in their own right. I don't think size has anything to do with how dangerous a person can be. Like, she's a dangerous person. She's a danger to herself. She's a danger to other people. You know, like, she tries to play victim. Oh, people are just picking on me because I'm of a bigger size. That's all it is. Like, I'm the victim. She's a predator cosplaying as a victim, y'all. She's a wolf in sheep's clothing. She's a predator that disguises herself as a victim so that nobody notices what a predator she really is. As long as everybody thinks she's a victim and she's being bullied, they will never even concede the idea that she is a predator and that she is abusive and she hurts people. All right, so we're going to get into the video. This is kind of a long one, guys. This is kind of a long one. That's why I think maybe only do one today, because this one's almost 2 hours long. But this is Knock Knock, It's Karma. Foodie Beauty in Hiding in Plain Sight. And I'm going to put the link for the video in the chat so you guys can check out the video itself. You can sub up to Knock Knock, It's Karma. There's so much great content there. Knock Knock, It's Karma did a wonderful job with the videos. Hello, Tat Von B. Welcome, ma'am. By the way, Tat, I have seen those pictures of you on Twitter. You are stunning. You are such a beautiful woman. I just wanted to tell you that today. You are everything Foodie wishes she could be. You go with your bad self. You hear me? You just go with your bad self. Foodie wishes she looked like you. All right, so we're going to get into it. And let's do this. Karma, the divine aligning of people, places, and events to return back to us what we put forth in the world. A process of reaping and sowing. What goes around comes around, and that is true. That is what karma is. It has nothing to do with other people. It has everything to do with the energy that you produce and you put out into the world. It simply comes back to you. You reap what you sow. And look at all the bad energy that Chantal has put out into the world. Look at all the people that she has hurt. And she keeps hurting. Is it any wonder that her life is the way that it is? Justice for Spider. I know, justice for Spider.
Destiny or fate, not to be confused with revenge. Karma's lined up by the divine and only the divine. When a human lines it up, what you're practicing is revenge. Karma isn't getting someone back or telling them about themselves. It's much bigger than that. By the way, do you like my voice? Bah ha ha ha. Gore world was built on the backs of some good people that got a bad rap. Good people that have endured a slew of hate, ridicule, bait, blame, and shame. And some even in real life activities, all in the name of exposing truth and standing up for the bullied. The crux of Gore World was Foodie Beauty. Foodie Beauty started her channel as a shy, meek fat girl that just wanted to be a beauty influencer. She acted innocent and wholesome, drawing in like-minded wholesome people as her viewer and fan base. But then Chantal got comfortable, and as she did, the mask began to slip. People began to notice the cracks in the act, the offense in the stories, the derangement in the behaviors. People began to comment on the things they were noticing, some shocked, some concerned, some confused, some simply asking questions, which was followed by deleting, blocking, or worse, an onslaught of Foodie's abusive behavior that later proved to be character. Most people didn't appreciate being silenced for what would seem to anyone else innocent and truthful comments and questions. And so they would give their viewership to the few reaction channels covering Foodie Beauty at that time. That proved to be even worse and would send Chantal into hate-filled rages at those viewers and reaction channels, sometimes going as far as in real life.
Yep. And just so we're clear, when Chantal had her YouTube channel, during her heyday, during Crackhead Olympics, I saw Chantal when she would go, especially we called it the Nattertude. When she would go see Natter, the next day after she would come home after being with Natter, after them partying all night on Coca-Cola, her doing the Coca-Cola would cause her to have really nasty, nasty mood swings. She would get to just take out her rage and anger on her viewers. I saw Chantal, her paying Beezers. And by the way, for those who might be interested, back in the day during Crackhead Olympics, Chantal did not have free-for-all chat. She locked it down to paying members only. There were nothing but VIPs in her chat. If you wanted to talk to Chantal or you wanted a chance to talk to her, you had to buy a $5 membership. She would talk down to those people who were paying members and be abusive to them. And, oh, and by the way, those of you in here who might be current Beezers who are subscribed to her kick, Chantal liked to play a little bit of a scam shell game with her own Beezers in that time. She would purposely block people who were paying members just to kind of force them to buy another membership to come back in. That way she would get more than $5 out of those people. But I digress. She would go off on those Beezers. She would even go so far as to publicly humiliate and degrade her Beezers. She even posted pictures of her Beezers on her community tab. This was a form of control and manipulation. Even back in the day, people were walking on eggshells with her because they didn't know what kind of mood she was going to be in, what would set her off. She would go on blocking sprees. One night, I saw her block at least 60, 70 people at a time. She would say, "Who wants to be blocked?" She also made the comment, uh, "What do I care if people quit? What do I care if I block?" Yeah, people are just as disposable to her as razors are. She had a very high turnover rate with her channel. If 10 beezers quit, another 10 would join up. That's why it took her so long to get to 100K, because of her despicable behavior, not because of Girl World, but because of her just continuously blocking people. Who wants to be, she would say, "Who wants to be blocked?" Blocking 60, 70, 80 people at a time. But she actually told people in her chat, like, that they were disposable, that they didn't really matter to her. Just thought I'd let you know.
Hey guys, me here with another video. Today anyone who knows me basically knows that I have an obsession with ColourPop eyeshadows. Just their products in general. I love them. My cat is an attention whore, so better get used to it, guys. So, I don't look good with short hair. Some people look wonderful with short hair. I have a round, chubby face. It doesn't work. So, anyways, I've come to a conclusion that people who like to watch people who they think are train wrecks must like doing it because they're train wrecks too, and it makes them feel better about themselves.
This is abuse. This is an attempt to guilt and control those speaking truth into feeling inferior to her and shame so they will shut up. This is mental and emotional abuse. Yep. This is the "I'm not crazy, you're crazy." This is gaslighting. If you try to speak truth to Chantal, she's going to try to turn it around and flip the table to where you're the wrong one. If you simply point out what she's doing. What are you watching? This is a retro react, His Eyes, from Knock Knock It's Karma. This one is called Predator in Hiding in Plain Sight, and this has to do with Chantal, just pointing out what a predator and how abusive she is. Hello, Amazon, because I've pointed out that Foodie is a predator, and I wanted to show through a retro react how much of a predator she can be. And she's still a predator to this day, so it clocks.
I don't get any enjoyment of watching people who are down on their luck and then like making fun of them and then like making fun of them and then like making fun of them. I don't know, that's just me, but I watch my 600-pound life to make me feel good about my 370 pounds. I watch my 600-pound life to make me feel good about my 370 pounds.
Hold on.
Anyway.
Wait, that was important. That was important. What just happened right there? Did y'all catch that? What did she just say? Did she just say 370 pounds? Yeah, she did, didn't she? I watch 600-pound life and it makes me feel good about my 370 pounds. So she's self-confessing to being 370 pounds here. Yet in the current day, she's claimed to be what, 360? And you guys can see what a marked difference she has in her appearance. Clearly, she's not 370 pounds these days. I don't know what she's at, but it's not 370 pounds. I think she's about 550, Bella. Clock that. I think she's over 500 pounds. It's kind of hard to tell how big she is because she wears the abaya. She might be wearing some Spanx pants and clothes underneath to kind of hold everything in. Plus, she uses the filters. But here, She is self-confessing to be 370 pounds. And that also tracks because the last true weigh-in that Chantal did was back in the BB days. She showed herself at 373 pounds. So just clock that for later.
It's just so ridiculous. I mean, come on. You know, there's like people in the corner of an internet somewhere, like grown fucking adults, and it's just like, I want to be somebody people watch to envy, to be like, oh, I really want to be like her, you know?
And she gets mad if you don't envy her.
Number one, I'm pretty. I want to be somebody people watch to envy. Okay? I'm pretty. I'm pretty. Okay? That has a lot, and I don't mean that to be conceited. I'm being very matter of fact.
You know what, Chantal? I'll give it to you. You're right. You are pretty. You're pretty awful. You're pretty evil. You're pretty horrible. You're pretty disgusting. So she's right, guys. She is pretty. Chantal's very pretty, just in a different way. You know, just a different way.
Pretty gets you a lot of privilege. I'm pretty. I'm just saying, you can get away with a lot if you're pretty. You can get away with a lot if you're pretty. I'm pretty, okay? People wishing they were me. You wish you were me. You know. That's why
you know, this is her projecting. She wants everybody to envy her. She wants to build herself up. My life is so great and I'm so great that everybody envies me. That's what she tells herself, that people envy her. My question is why? Why should we envy Chantal? If she comes forward with at least one reason why I should envy her, I'll listen. But I don't see anything that I should envy or anybody else should either. Hey, you know what, Chantal? Look, I can do that. Do you envy me? I can sit down in my chair and I don't have any like sit down air. Do you envy that? Envy me, girl.
Fucking hate because you're fucking jealous. I want to be somebody people watch to envy. People wishing they were me. You wish you were me. You know. That's why you fucking hate because you're fucking jealous. As if I cannot get someone hot like Salah. I want to be somebody people watch.
A, Salah's not that hot. B, girl, I think you're the only woman in history that paid $9,000 for a mangled carrot. Is there any other woman in the world that would pay $9,000 for a mangled baby carrot? Anybody out there? Would anybody else do that? Were you buying the Fabergé egg baby carrots? Is that why you paid that much? And it's a baby carrot you couldn't even touch. It was in a glass case. You paid $9,000 for a baby carrot in a glass case. But we're supposed to envy you. Girl, you could have bought a cheaper carrot on eBay. Quit.
To envy. There has not been a man in my fucking life, not one, that I have not been able to get. Not a single one. Okay, but your man is talking about.
Notice the language. There's not been a single man that I couldn't get. Ooh, that just sounded gross to me. Her saying it like that. There's not a single man that I can't get versus a man that I can be with. Language matters here. The choice of words, the tone that I can get. I can just yank him up and get with him. Like I'm going to go after him. I'm going to get it. I'm going to chase him. I'm going to pursue him. I'm going to get him versus a guy that I could be with, a partner. I'm going to get him. She couldn't get Nick. Yeah, you know what the interesting thing about BB? The farms can be rather brutal, shall we say, with their opinions. BB, as I understand it, the farmers wished BB well. They had nothing bad to say about BB. Nothing at all. They wished him well when he wanted to leave. They're very extremely kind to BB because they saw that BB did no wrong.
About me still. Reading old messages, reminiscing maybe. Why do I think Allah would put up a can to see you changing? He's a freak. He'd like sneakily. Salah was playing his like keyboard, and Allah was like, "Do you have WhatsApp?" Like trying to get my number, like a friggin' creep in there. And I'm prettier than your ugly wife. Get a life. Ew. He's jealous. 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 I want to be somebody people watch to envy. And I'm prettier than your ugly wife. I'm prettier than your ugly wife. I'm pretty, okay? I think I'm beautiful. What do I care what anyone else thinks? I'm not as fat as you. No, but you're not as pretty either. I'm pretty. I'm pretty. I'm pretty, okay? I'm prettier than 99% of your world. That's for sure. Sorry, not sorry.
Oh, and by the way, if you're wondering where did that screenshot come from, people wanted her to go on StreamYard, which is the program that I'm using right now. Back in the day, StreamYard did not have any kind of filters. So she wanted to use StreamYard one day, and she turned it on for all of 60 seconds. And she saw what she really looked like. And she goes, "What is this?" I mean, she was shocked how she really looked, and she turned it right back off. She doesn't like seeing her real face. But she's prettier than all of us, guys. Just hotter than all of us. You guys we're all just jealous morons, like Goose Chuck said.
As much as Foodie wanted to be envied, the more the stories went on, the more we, the viewers, saw there was nothing we would aspire to be. Speaking as an OG or longtime viewer, we sat through videos and stories that left us shocked, shook, appalled.
Okay, you know what? This may be like a side issue and it doesn't matter. But Foodie's eyebrows always bothered me. I always called them her angry bird brows. Like her eyebrows are just like too exaggerated. Am I a hater? I don't know. She got angry bird brows. Foodie and them angry bird brows.
Angry, sad, confused, grossed out, and many times speechless. We watched as the shy, wholesome fat girl mask slipped and revealed the obnoxious bully underneath. She laughed hysterically while telling us of her younger years as the mean girl. The bullying badge of honor she wore so proudly was more than visible as she told us how she targeted the slow, handicapped, or mentally challenged, beginning with the kids at her school she picked on, or how she would take her friends and walk past her mom's work just to taunt the slow kids her mom worked with.
Stop there. You heard that right. So she picked on those that were mentally challenged. Even the kids in her school. You heard that right. Yes, she did. Yeah, the name of the channel is called Knock Knock It's Karma.
Why, you ask? Because she said she was jealous and mad they were taking up her mom's time and taking away her mom's attention. Full disclosure, I have withheld the clip of this in case this video is ever challenged or misrepresented in any way. However, if you want to see it, the internet is forever. It's out there if you want to find it. Her bullying she carried through to her older years, as she was a young teen when her baby sister was born, and again laughed as she told us her baby sister was slow and she made it her hobby to torment, make fun of, and bully her own baby sister she was entrusted to watch by her mom.
this one has always been horrible to her. Easy to like believe that that's true, you know? Here's something that's always really fucked my head up with that story. If Chantal was 11 when Nat was born, can you, what was she like, 15 bullying a 4-year-old, 16 bullying a 5-year-old? That's such a large age gap. You hear about siblings who like treat each other like shit when they're kind of close in age. I can't imagine having such a big age gap between a sibling, like siblings like that, and the older one treating such a little kid so badly. It's so weird to me.
I've also heard the story that that was the reason why Foodie was sent to a group home, because she was bullying her sister so bad. I also heard the story about putting her little sister in the dryer. Chantal's mother got together with Chantal's stepfather, and between them they had Natalie. Chantal was very resentful of her little sister because she wasn't the baby of the family anymore, and she bullied her sister. Now, here's the interesting thing about her sister Natalie. For those that don't know, Natalie did a lot of productive things in her life. She was involved in bodybuilding competitions when she was younger. But Chantal was horrible, horrible to her sister. But imagine a 15-year-old picking on a 4-year-old. She was horrible to her sister. And this is supposed to be the sister that she loves so much. But imagine being so bad that your own family sends you to a group home because you won't leave your little sister alone.
She would tell us how she invited her friends over to join in, and they would sit her in a chair as they made her the butt of their jokes. As upsetting as all this was to us, nothing prepared us for the story she told us of the time she put her in the dryer. Yes, she gloated and bragged that she put her baby sister in the dryer. For everything Foodie has told us, I can't help but to think of all she hasn't told us, and I can only hope her sister has found some semblance of healing in this life. I guess it's best we don't know everything for our mental sake. The stories she so proudly told us continued into high school, as well as clear behavioral patterns as it would turn out, telling us about the group of slow kids she targeted to lead on for burgers and marijuana, Big G and his cousin, roommate Little Timmy, to reveal just how calculating her mind was. She went on to tell us how Little Timmy could see through her act and hated her, and just like she hated those of us that could see the real her and spoke on it, she hated Little Timmy too.
I thought about a story to tell you guys. I haven't told you about Big G yet. Disclaimer, I'm going to hell for the way I allowed this guy to be treated. He's a minister now. I think I turned him off of women.
Okay, one moment, Foodie. Thank you, Taffy, for becoming a YouTube member. Thank you so much, and welcome. Before we get started again with this, I would just like to point out something to you guys. Chantal has claimed that she has changed. Yet if you go to her Kick channel and you watch her live streams, you can clearly see how she's treating people there. Her own beezers. Look at the way she talks to them. Look at the way that she behaves. A bully will always be a bully. If she can't pick on somebody in her real life, she does it online. That's how she gains power and control. That's how she feels strong. Bullies feel strong when they have a person or people that they can bully. Clearly, she is a bully, and that has not changed. She is not different on her Kick channel. She just feels free to do what she wants there, unchecked. So she bullied people on YouTube. Now she's bullying people on Kick. She's being abusive to people on Kick. Abusive to her own viewers. The same people that she's encouraging to subscribe to her, to support her, to watch her, to help her get ad money. She wants people around her, not just to give her money, but also make her feel powerful as a bully, as an abusive predator. Thank you, Carol, for being a new member. Thank you, darling. Welcome. So she's just finding new platforms to set up shop and be abusive, gain control of people, manipulate people, lie to people, and just be outright mean. The internet is her high school. And she wants to be the mean girl walking the hallways, making people feel awful about themselves. She's not there to give great content, to be enlightening or entertaining or positive. She's there to tear herself down and look for people who enable her to tear herself down, and she tears down others in the process. Yeah, and it's all our fault. Yeah, it's definitely all our fault. Definitely all our fault. It is a bizarre way to live, but that is her life, because she does the same thing every platform she goes to. Nothing has changed.
So Big G, I don't know if he had a disability, but he lived with his cousin. We'll call him Little Timmy. And Little Timmy had a disability. I think I was 17. This guy was such a gentleman. He was so nice. I feel so bad for being such a... I wasn't mean to his face or anything, but you'll see.
I wasn't mean to his face or anything, but you'll see.
I got to my friends and we were bored and we wanted to drink, right? We're underage. So we're like, let's go to his house. So we go over. We're still on the porch. So that night we went over commenced the beginning of the summer of Big G. His house.
You know what? I know this is kind of like off topic, sort of. But now that I'm rewatching this, because it's been a while, hearing about how she was incredibly mean and nasty to people who are mentally challenged back in the day, it makes me sick to think about her being around Sasa. And we all know that she used that little girl to grift for money, and she didn't care about her. She swears that she cares about Sasa, but even back in the day, she did not care for, and she was mean to people who were mentally challenged or had disabilities. It's awful that she got around that little girl and did what she did.
Became a party house. His dad would tell him, she's just using you. Don't give in to them. Don't hang out with bad people like them. Don't hang out with bad people like them. She was right.
She was right.
I'm a good person. She was right.
She was right.
Just looking out for her nephew. Just looking out for her nephew.
And another thing, something that ties in with this. Pete says he's on the spectrum. He has said that. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if he's been diagnosed with anything. I know that he takes medication, or he should be. I don't know, like, what's going on with his mind. But let's think about the pattern, y'all. She was with Pete for many years. And she started out bullying Pete, picking on Pete in high school before she got with him. But Pete has things going on mentally. Now let's think about Salah. Everybody has pointed out that there's something going on with Salah. What's going on with him? I cannot say. If there's something mental going on with him also, but isn't it something that it seems like she wants partners that have things going on with them mentally? She picks those people to stand by her side. There's nothing wrong with having a partner who has maybe, say, mental disabilities. There's nothing wrong with that. But it seems like there's a pattern with Chantal that she picks them for another purpose. Maybe to control, manipulate, hurt, so that she feels superior. It's a power trip. And I agree with this. Every single relationship, family, friends, online followers, is transactional. Yep. It's all about putting people around her that she can get something out of and that she can manipulate and control. She's looking for people that she can manipulate and control. It's all about just structuring things to where I'm putting people around me that I can get something out of, that I can lie to, and it's all transactional.
you. Now, my part in this was I led him on. I was nice to him. I made him think that we might have something. She was right. I used to ask him to get me weed. In return for him buying me some weed, I would go in the bedroom alone with him for a couple minutes to talk. That's it, I swear. To talk. That's it, I swear.
Oh, and just a little bit of tea that I've been hanging on to for a while. Remember Big G, the one I mentioned before? He was developmentally disabled. Yeah, Chantal fucked him. Chantal fucked him and his roommate for fucking 7 grams of weed. So do with that what you will.
So I'd be like, do you have the weed? Let's go in the bedroom. Go in the bedroom with them, shut the door. Everyone's waiting outside. Take one for the team. We want to get high. We want to talk about our future.
All she's ever done is use people to her benefit. All she's ever done is use people to her benefit.
You know, I let him on. That was wrong. He would never wear a shirt. Like, he just didn't like wearing a shirt, and it was hot. It was summer. She would go up to him and go, baloney tits, and just like smack his boobs. And he'd be like, fuck. and he would be like, fuck off, woman. And then little Timmy would be like, I don't want you around. He had like a really high-pitched voice. There was a big party one night. Little Timmy was getting sick of us. He had more sense than Big G.
Little Timmy was getting sick of us. He had more sense than Big G.
Do you see it yet? Yep, this right here. Do you get it yet? She targets those with less sense than mentally challenged. Those of you that support her are co-signing the abuse of the mentally disabled and more. Facts. Absolute facts. So anybody that's not mentally challenged, she can't get one on over. They see right through her. She hates those people. She doesn't want to be around someone that can see right through her and call her out on her bullshit. She's looking for those that are mentally challenged, disabled, wanting something. She's a predator. I'm reading Mrs. Peel right here. I'm doing my best, darling. I'm trying to flip between the browser tabs. I'll do better though, I promise. But when I said when she was a predator, I wasn't lying, y'all. We're not even halfway during this video, and we've already got a lot of examples. This is who this woman is. When somebody shows you who they are, believe them. It wasn't about the weed. It was about the accept. You know what, Puff? I agree with you, but also let's take into account that Foodie herself has come online and said that she did things for a burger. Yeah, she did sexual things for a burger because she was hungry. Now, food matters that much to her. Preying on the disabled and those with disabilities, specifically mental disabilities. Yep. That's what it is right there. Behavior refers to actions and conduct characterized by the exploitation, manipulation, or harm of others for personal gain, satisfaction, or gratification.
Little Timmy was getting sick of us. He had more sense than Big G. Big G was holding on to the hope that I would be with him. I'm not gonna lie, I like the attention from Big G. What girl doesn't like attention, you know? At this point, little Tim was like, I'm gonna move out if you don't keep these people away. The bad news. The bad news. She was right. This guy that I was seeing at the time, when he drank, he got really fucking crazy. He would be very violent. He's just sitting there and he's like, I'm going to punch out Big G. And I'm like, what? No, you know, we're all trying to stop him. There's no stopping this guy when he's drunk. They were fighting all night. I don't know. I think there was like hostility because Big G wanted me. Look at me, special being fought over. That made that guy jealous.
So imagine setting up a scenario where you're seeing a guy who is mentally challenged, shall we say, And Chantal, she likes to do this thing called triangulation. She likes to put herself between two men, and she wants to be in the middle because that is how she feels wanted, desirable. She likes to try to do the triangulation game. I mean, she's done it many times. Like during Crackhead Olympics, she would go to Natter, tell Natter a bunch of awful things about Pete's, and then she would go to Pete's and tell Pete's a whole bunch of nasty things about Natter because she wanted both men to fight over her. Now let's go to the current day. You know, she's got Salah on one side, she's got Natter on the other. She wants them to fight over her. I'm sure she's told things to Salah about Natter. I'm sure she's told things to Natter about Salah. She wants them fighting over her because that's how she feels validated and valuable. And she's trying to set up a boy fight over her. And I don't know. You know what, Freddie? I don't know what's going on with Salah. I've seen indicators that something is going on, but what it is, I cannot say. But imagine trying to set up a scenario where one guy is beating up another guy who has mental disabilities, perhaps, just because you want to feel desired. And she made that comment. It's also why when she was in the Natter era, she slipped one live stream and said, quote, "I had them fighting over me. It's sexy, you know what I mean? Hee hee." She thought that was cute. She wants for people to fight for, not just for her, but over her.
So he got up, zoomed out the door. We follow him, banging on Big G's door. Little Timmy answers with a hockey stick. He's like, "You get out of here!" Takes little Tim, like, by the neck and just shoves him aside. Goes after Big G. Big G was oblivious. He's just like, "What's up, man?" Punches him in the face. My friend's boyfriend was able to split them up. I think that was the last time I saw Big G. He and his cousin moved out. I think I ruined their life. I think I ruined their life. I think I ruined their life.
Yeah, if you guys want to give a thumbs up, you can. We got a long ways to go, but if you want to give a thumbs up, that's fantastic.
Foodie then went on to secure her dream job working at a facility that housed and cared for the mentally eccentric. She was...
Oh, what a nightmare. Imagine that. Someone like this working at a mental hospital. Imagine that. Someone like her, with her behaviors, working at a mental hospital. Oof.
Later fired and had to sign an NDA.
Maybe he's from another dimension where he can hide in toasters. I don't know. I can't explain it. You see, I don't want to make fun of this guy because I worked in a mental hospital. He may have schizophrenia. He had an obvious mental disability. I was still freaked the fuck out. Anyway, another post-it on the wall said, "Getting gutted, like, helps my memory." I don't know what that means. Again, it sounds like something that a paranoid schizophrenic would say. That or a serial killer. Or someone disturbed.
Or someone disturbed.
But when we notice she says things a little disturbed individual would say, we're labeled haters or jealous.
My friend, because it was hot in there, she's like, "Hey, Clinton, can you take us for a ride? You know, we wanted to go the other end of town." And at that age, believe me, when you can get a ride, you take advantage. You take advantage. Was very French. I go for the interview and I'm elated where I was. Despite the drama, my boss loved me. She put in such a good word for me. The patients loved me. The patients loved me. I worked at a mental hospital and oh my god, we had a lot of code friggin' whites. A lot of violence. One guy became obsessed with me, and I'm like, "Why is he admitted to the hospital?" And they said he was schizophrenic and he killed his teacher in front of the whole class. And he would like follow me out for smoke breaks and things. I was like, "Ooh."
Wouldn't this qualify as, if you worked in a mental hospital, you sign an NDA and you're speaking about this person and what happened to them? Wouldn't that be kind of breaking the NDA because that's kind of personal information? It kind of feels like it. You're giving out personal information, ma'am. And there was more to this story. This patient would, quote, follow her out of to the rock where she smoked, not to be confused with the homeless man that she had relations with on the rock, but I digress. Which to me, this feels like a lie. If this person were schizophrenic, why would they allow this person to wander outside the hospital? That just sounds weird to me.
This, of course, came after she chose the autistic boy from her high school class she specifically targeted to make fun of, to be her boyfriend, James, better known as Pete's, that she would later describe as docile in an attempt to whitewash his autism.
You're my best friend. Best friend.
Yes, Pete, of course. No way I'm sacrificing my fucking loving best friend and family member, platonic life partner, who loves and respects me. He blow-dried my roll, endured the cheesy stench of my cheddar roll. He deserves a fucking medal. I should just throw a cheese slice at Pete's face. That's mean. I know it is, but it's funny. No, it is, but it's funny. Oh shit, I forgot to get Pete's a drink. Oh well. Where's the rice? Oh fuck, I forgot to order rice for Pete's. There's no nuggets in here. I don't mean to ignore you or cut you off or anything. It's just that you're incredibly dull. I'm just joking.
Wow, like this is what he put up with back in the villa. This happened all the time, the way she treated him. She used him to get into the villa. His name was on the lease. Her name was never on the lease. So she used him to get something that she wanted. And when she got what she wanted, and once he quit his job or got laid off, I'm not exactly sure of the story, and he was completely financially dependent on this woman, that's when she really started to treat him like crap. What's the name of this channel? It's Knock Knock, It's Karma. So she used him to get what she wanted. And then after she got what she wanted, she just treated him like dirt. Yep, she's always said that. She's always said she can get her way no matter what. Predator.
In the next clip, I want you to pay close attention. It showcases her cruelty towards the only person to ever love and support her unconditionally. Watch her eyes as she looks at Pete, as she purposely and callously tries to make him feel jealous, even inferior maybe. Nonetheless, her braggadocious and arrogant boastfulness to hurt the only one to ever love her, as Pete sits, her willing emotional and mental punching bag.
I'm gonna bring this stuff because he has a bathtub. He has a soaker tub that I can fit in.
Okay, and just keep in mind what's going on here. So Chantal and Pete were in a long relationship for a long time. As I understand it, they were actually engaged. But there's a lot of stuff that has happened between her and Pete. I've heard that she got pregnant once by Pete, perhaps even twice. She aborted the baby. I don't know if there was another one. But like he was all the way involved with Chantal. He really did care about her. She cheated on him multiple times to the point where he told her, I don't care who you decide to go be with, just don't leave me. He loved her so much that he's just like, just if you want to go run around and be with other men, just don't leave me. And she did anyway. But he really cared about her, and she destroyed his life. She ruined his credit. She put him in debt. She broke his heart. And then when she went to be in the villa, she left him with a $5,000 bill. She has done some serious wreckage to this man's life.
I've never taken a bath with a man. What about you guys? I'm gonna go have an amazing time.
Now, who is she talking about? She's talking about another guy in front of her ex. She's talking about Natter. She's saying into the camera, I'm going to go have an amazing time. Imagine saying that in front of your ex, the one that still loves you. How cruel that is. She's being incredibly cruel to Pete's right here. And he just takes it. Cruel. Yeah, we covered that the last time. It was during the Pumped Up Kick stream, and she basically committed SA on Pete. She forced a kiss on him. Committed SA on live stream. Yes, she did.
I'm gonna go have an amazing time. Life around, and I'm losing weight and getting healthy. You mad about it? You sound it. But please give me more money.
Let's break it down. First, she tries to hurt Pete's making the bubble bath with Nader comment.
I'm gonna bring this stuff because he has a bathtub. He has a soaker tub that I can fit in. I've never taken a bath.
And can I point something out important to you guys? And I think it should be known and understood. A lot of people might ask the question, why would Pete keep his mouth shut? Even then, why would he keep his mouth shut? There is a thing called survival mode. Now imagine the circumstances. You're living with Chantal. You don't have a job. You don't have money. She's paying the bills. She's paying the rent. He didn't want to take her off because she's financially controlling everything. It's this freeze mode. But she put him in a situation of, you don't have a job, you don't have money, you don't have any options of getting away from me. Like, you are financially dependent on me, so I can do what I want. That's why, in my opinion, he never went against her. He cared about her, but also I'm sure he considered the fact that he didn't have a job, he didn't have money, had nowhere else to go. And it creates a kind of toxic codependency of, I'm depending on this person for my survival. So of course he kept his mouth shut because she was the one paying for everything.
Bath with a man. What about you guys?
And Pete's gives no response. Way to go, Pete's. The emotional control is stellar. Clap, clap. But Foodie, on the other hand, sees she got no response and was upset. And so, she doubled down with her amazing time comment with the intent of generating a response from Pete's, being sure to look at him so she could see him suffer as she tried to hurt him, break his heart, hurt his feelings, emasculate and humiliate him in front of thousands of viewers. Basically saying, you're stuck at home with no car, no friends, nothing to do. You're sad and lonely and could really use a friend right now, and I am going to have an amazing time. Some might say that's Pete's problem. his responsibility. But that's not entirely true. Without fail, in true abuser fashion, knowing he struggled with depression and it wasn't good for him to be alone, Chantal isolated him. She worked in a mental health hospital after all. She knew it wasn't good for him. She didn't want him, but she didn't want anyone to have him either.
That's true. I'm going to bring back something that you guys may or may not know. When she first brought Pete on camera, there were women in the audience trying to talk him up. She would get really jealous about that. There was also an incident where he was talking to a woman in Winnipeg. They called her Winnie in Winnipeg. He was talking to Winnie. She didn't like that. Also, another interesting thing, despite the fact that Pete's name was on the lease, he wasn't allowed to bring women to the house. Imagine that. You're the one whose name is on the lease, and the person that you're living with is telling you that you can't bring women to the house, even just to visit, because she's too jealous. And yet she felt free to bring Natter to the villa twice in front of Pete's. But she stopped him from having female friends. And it's really unfortunate that Chantal has always been Pete's person. You know, people who might be introverted and quiet and maybe socially awkward, they might pick one person to be their person. And unfortunately, the person that Pete picked to be his person was this manipulative, evil bitch. But she was always his person, and she took advantage of that. She did. Like, the more you try to love Chantal, the more she's going to hurt you for loving her. I don't know, Billy, but perhaps. But imagine being a person that you're renting a house, and the person who is not on the lease is telling you you can't bring anybody to the house. Imagine that. You're being blocked from having female acquaintances or friends or get-togethers or anything. So he wasn't allowed to have a social life, because if he had a social life and he found somebody that liked him, that would weaken her control over him and he would no longer be a puppet. So it's all about maintaining control over someone.
He wasn't allowed to have anyone else but her, the ultimate control, boldly telling us all Pete's wasn't allowed to have girls over, but she was allowed to have guys over, and make sure the sex was extra loud so Pete's could hear it. And then, knowing how badly it would hurt him, she laughed about it. She not only contributed to Pete's depression, but accelerated and cultivated it.
That's sad. Hey, if I liked people and I wasn't paranoid about letting people in the house, I would come and dine with us.
You won't even let my non-existent girlfriend come in the house.
No girls.
Would best.
And another thing that she did, do y'all know that back in the villa days, despite the fact that these two people were not involved, often she would walk around the house without her pants on purpose in front of Pete's? That was a thing too. She'd walk around without her bottoms on in front of her ex.
Friends like this who needs enemies, Pete's. This is abuse and unacceptable. And it's not just a mistake. Her intent to emotionally and mentally harm you is very visible to those of us with eyes to see, mainly only those who have endured abuse and survived it. So if you don't have the experience to recognize abuse, consider yourself immensely blessed. To those of you who have walked through the...
And you know what? I've heard about this, Enola. I've heard about this many times. I've never seen the story in question, but I believe that it's out there. I don't know where it's at. I don't want to know. But, and I'm not excusing Pete's. Like, I don't know why he would write stuff like that. That's horrible. But I've also heard in this fanfic story about what he was doing to somebody in this story. Just a thought. I think that Pete's buried a lot of aggression for Chantal, and it came out in different ways, like perhaps the story. Like he didn't want to physically do anything to her or confront her, but it involved an overweight woman. So, and also his aggression came out in other ways too, like the way he treated BBJ. He wasn't nice to BBJ. You know, he would grab onto her face and say no mercy. And that's why I say I don't really like Pete's, just for that. I don't like the way he treated little BBJ. I think that he was taking out some aggressive moments on that poor cat, just because Chantal renamed the cat from Casey to BBJ, which is very close to BB, the guy that she cheated on Pete's with. So he's always been mad at Chantal, but he will not confront Chantal. He won't stand up to her. So his aggression comes out inappropriately at different times in different ways. But I've always said I don't like Pete's. But we're here to review this, and what is right, and what is wrong is wrong. This is just to showcase what a predator she is and how abusive she is. So for those people in the middle, the front, and the back that don't know it, there might be people in my audience that are beezers. This is kind of maybe like a wake-up moment. Think about the way she treats people on Kick. Has she changed? She's being abusive on Kick when she goes live, the way she talks to people, the way she just is around people. This is to point out abusive, predatory behavior. She's looking for people in her audience that will that she can abuse or will enable her addictions, one of the two. And the other people in between that aren't giving her money or enabling her, she treats them like trash. This is about pointing out the patterns that have existed for a while and are ongoing right now.
Fire and survived it and came out on the other side and learned to take all that pain to help others and stand against the abusers. Congratulations. You're an emotional alchemist and mastered an art few have survived, let alone transformed and mastered. Be proud of yourselves, survivors, and never stop fighting the good fight. Let's take a look at this abuse hidden right in front of our faces.
I'm gonna go have an amazing time.
Like, he's definitely 100% not somebody I could ever be in a relationship with. So it's just like for fun.
She's the type that needs a punching bag, whether it be Pete's, BBJ, friends, and even family. Pete's, for whatever reason, seemed to be her favorite to hurt. Next to her sister, of course.
The hell is this now?
She's gonna be cheaper than normies. Still crazy, okay?
What's up, Cam?
Okay, you know what? During this stream, and I hate to mention this, I don't want to trigger anybody, but everybody talks about when she forced a kiss on Pete's. There was also another moment that I found very concerning. I don't think there's enough talk about this. Before the kiss happened, when she had turned off the music, like, she was basically face to face, nose to nose with Pete's. And she had grabbed hold of his, like, she was just right there, like he was sitting on the bed and she was directly in front of him, grabbing onto his arm, saying, "I'm not an asshole, right?" Now, if you're someone and you're in front of an abusive person, there are different responses that you can give. Like, you're trying to pacify them, or you freeze. It kind of felt like that to me. When you're in front of somebody who's very drunk, very intoxicated, they have a trigger temper. She was basically acting very intimidating to Pete. He was just trying to pacify her. Because people were calling her out in the chat for playing the Pumped Up Kick song and the finger guns and all that. And she was just like in front of him acting very, very aggressive. And I have no doubt that she's been abusive to Pete behind the scenes. There was also a story long ago of Pete just complimented Grace Kelly. You know what she did? She threw a chair. So she sounds like a thrower to me, like she throws things. So we don't know what happened behind the scenes, but I have no doubt that she was very abusive to Pete behind the scenes. So he would just do what he could to pacify this woman to where she may not say physically abusive.
My Holy Trinity, I love that. Sorry, narcissism. I think I'm
Where's the Holy Trinity now?
hot.
RBJ wants a playlist when you listen to if you kept track.
I'll make a playlist for you, don't worry. What happened? Sorry, doesn't happen. Did you know I'm in love with multiple people? I only love one person. You know who I love?
Sam?
Besides that.
Your mom? My mom?
She ruins everything.
So my love matters. So my love matters.
Like he's right there for her because she was just doing the most this night. She really was. She was doing the most. And she was being very hurtful to Pete.
Why do you have to boo everybody I love?
Just him.
Why him?
You know why.
No, I don't know why.
Because of literally everything you've ever said about him.
Yeah, but maybe I was just being hasty.
She had a pattern of surrounding herself with mentally handicapped people, or as she prefers to describe it, less sense. Almost like she had a vendetta against the mentally ill that started with her mother working with them as children that years later into adulthood she still carried with her.
I'm not very forgiving. I don't know if I ever said I was, but I'm not. I think I said before, it's my nature. I hold grudges.
That's okay, Flinsanity. I forgive you. I'm a very forgiving person. But my mods are not. Oh my god. So funny.
I'm not very forgiving.
Oh, and for the Beezers that might be in my audience, I would just like to say this. Telling the truth about somebody is not being a bully. It's just telling the truth. If somebody is doing bad behavior and you point it out, that is not bullying. That is just simply telling the truth. But Chantal likes to put out this narrative of people bullying me. No, they tell the truth about you and you don't like it. You don't want to hear it. And more importantly, you don't want other people to hear it. Because if other people hear the truth, then they might start noticing things. They might start sitting back in their chair and saying, wait a minute, maybe I was wrong about this person. Maybe I was a bit blind to who they really were. People who are abusive, people who are manipulative, they don't want other people seeing that about them. They'll put forth one image and stick with that image because that image gives them control and they are free to manipulate. As long as Chantal is painting herself the victim, those of you that believe that she's a victim, you will never mentally or emotionally conceive that she's a predator, that she's abusive, that she's evil. The eyes will never see what the heart does not want to see. If you like somebody a lot, you may excuse a lot of things about them that are wrong just because you want to like them so much. You will absolutely excuse their bad behaviors and the warning signs that are right there in your face because you don't want to stop liking them. You'll blind yourself to the truth. There are those that we're not blind. We see her perfectly. But if you're a abuser, you may like her so much that you don't want to let go. You want to keep liking her. And so you will look past all of the warning signs that are right there in front of you. And you guys have been doing it for a long time. And it's time to wake up. Here's the video proof. You've seen many examples already of how abusive and manipulative she is. She looks for those who are mentally challenged, mentally disabled, to take advantage of. Is that the sign of a good person? Would a good person do that? Absolutely not. Wouldn't even consider the idea. But not only did Chantal consider the idea, she did the follow through on many occasions. Many. And those of you in the audience and Kick, you're putting up with her abusive behavior, her abusive tactics. Someone who's an abuser, they go through different phases. Stage 1, you lock onto your target. Phase 2, you isolate the target. Chantal's doing the isolation target on you abusers by insisting that you watch only her. She doesn't want you going to the reaction channels. But why? Why you, as free people that you're allowed to watch whatever you want, can't you go where you want on the internet? Because there might be a chance you might discover something truthful about this woman somewhere else that she doesn't want you to know. That's why. She doesn't want you to discover the truth about who she is. So she's trying to, corral you all into one corner and cover up the truth by insisting you stay with her. Phase 3, you abuse the person. You rip the skin off their skeleton. You belittle them. You take it too far. Stage 4 comes the love bombing. I care about you guys so much. She makes promises to you guys. I'm going to get healthy. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And you believe her bullshit because you're waiting for that happy ending that is never going to come. And then once you start to feel calm and content and you start believing her that whatever she did will be the last time, it happens again. And on you go. This is classic abusive abuser behavior.
I'm a very forgiving person.
I am a very appealing person.
On top of Foodie being a person that constantly overpromised and underdelivered, she tried to conceal her true identity, wholly misrepresenting herself to her audience. And when the audience noticed and spoke on it or questioned about it, Chantal did what she does best and gaslit those with minds healthy enough to see it and lips bold enough to speak against it. We saw a very dark, deranged, troubled person with a black heart and an even blacker soul, who would then turn those who spoke up into her content, where she would make monetary gain off of them by raging about her haters, slandering and harassing them, both online and off, directly and indirectly sending a mob their way to do her dirty work so she could say, see, it wasn't me. I have clean hands, but it was her, the real her.
Yep. And that is also Chantal coded. Chantal had her channel and that was her only source of income at the time. So the loyal beezers, some of them would do her dirty work. She would say things in her videos to send people after channels, perfectly imperfect. She doxed perfectly imperfect, went after her and her family, made stock accounts using perfectly imperfect's children, acting as if they're talking against their mother. She's doxed many times. or she's had beezers that do the dirty work for her. And she's always concerned about her income and making sure that her hands stay clean, but best believe the dirty work came from her. At Tea and Sass, went after Tea and Sass. She's doxed a lot of people. Misty Moo did a lot of dirty work for her. Natter did a lot of dirty work for her. Actually, the dirty work that she did through Natter, that was kind of like a two birds with one stone situation. She didn't like the reaction channels, so I'm sure she went to Natter and said, hey, I don't like these reaction channels. Throw a bunch of privacy complaints at him. And he did, over 140. And also, something you guys should know, she said that she liked going after the smaller channels because she felt that because they were so small, they would get scared and run off the internet. She actually said that. She liked to target the smaller channels because they didn't have a big audience yet. So, bully behavior? I think so. But going back to the Natter situation, that was kind of a two birds with one stone thing, because I think that was a bit manipulative. She was asking him to go after the reaction channels, knowing that if he went after the reaction channels, after that, nobody was going to react to him. No one was going to cover him. No one was going to cover that, touch that with a 10-foot pole. She did not want his channel to get too big. She did not want him to make a lot of money. Therefore, he would be forever codependent on her and her money. So she made trouble for the reaction channels on one side and made sure that his channel never grew, and he made money on the other side. Two birds with one stone. Notice nobody really talks about Natter anymore. So like he kind of shot himself in the foot by doing her dirty work. She was able to get back at the reactors and also control him at the same time.
This wasn't what we signed up for. False advertising. She sold us a fake bill of goods, and she enjoyed every minute of it. Twisting everything, slandering and defaming us, calling us haters, fat shamers, old men and women with no lives, bullies. The bully was now attempting to spin the narrative to make us the bullies for speaking up and standing up for what we believe in, protecting and looking out for the less fortunate. Her campaign of targeted hate was born and is still alive and well to this day, all along knowing the only intent of the reaction community was to bring awareness to the evil we had lurking in our little community. As our community grew, so did Foodie's tactics, getting more devious and manipulative with each passing year. In true Foodie fashion, she needed a scapegoat, someone to blame. That became us.
Passion, Tim, I didn't lie about the Beezer Awards. I got sick. It's never my fault. I don't take accountability for anything.
The viewers that spoke against the egregious behavior we were witnessing. And if that didn't work, she resorted to in real-life attacks.
Yep.
Calling CPS jobs, family members, anything she could do to blame and silence as she tried.
Yep. Anybody back in the day remember Manicunt? Manicunt was an associate of Foodie's that spoke about Foodie on the Kiwi farms. Chantal called CPS on Manicunt just because she didn't like Manicunt airing out her dirty business. Sure did.
But we've stood strong and prevailed throughout the years. Still being blamed for all her inadequacies, we stood, and we stood strong. And as we did, our community grew. More people that could see the truth stood with us. That solidarity created a tight bond in our community where friends became more like family. But the evil continued.
Let's go back.
I wasn't understanding what I was doing wrong. You know? I don't get it. I'm a good person.
I'm a good person.
I have a lot of friends. And so I've concluded that people don't like me because I'm overweight. And I somehow receiving hate has made me realize how much I love myself, how much I am confident about myself, no matter what fucking size I am. Like,
Chantal, I'm just going to say it. It doesn't matter if you weigh 500 pounds, 600 pounds, 120 pounds. Evil is evil. And you can't measure evil in pounds. Even if you were 120 pounds, you'd still be an evil, rotten bitch. Period. Evil is evil, dear. Has nothing to do with pounds on your body. You might actually be more evil if you were smaller. You'd be more stuck up, more conceited, more vain, more arrogant, more twisted, more cruel. You don't like the reaction channels. You don't like the community because we call out your behavior. We hold up a mirror to you. We show you your reflection. We show everybody else your reflection too. Where there is dark, there must also be light. We shed a light on you. We hold up the mirror. We are all mirrors to you. We are your hall of mirrors, and no matter which way you turn, there your reflection is. And you could change that into a learning moment and change your reflection, but you don't want to change it. So as long as you don't want to change it, as long as you are your rotten self, we're going to be here being that big ass mirror that you can't get away from. Imagine what things would be like if there was no reaction community, y'all. If we weren't around, she would be free to do what she wants on the internet, would she not? There might be more people who may not be aware of Chantal, may not be aware of her lies and manipulation. Everything happens for a reason. There's a reason why she came here, and there's a reason why we're here too. We're here to be the counterbalance, to balance the scales a bit. Just as she wants to come online and hurt people, we are here to set the truth out, to make people think about what they're watching. That's why we're all here, to hold this bitch accountable, to make people think, to give them a different point of view. And she doesn't like it. Evil likes to do their dirty work in the dark. And as long as we're here, there is no complete darkness. There is light in that darkness.
I can't control that. I can't fight everybody. I can't control it.
We learned very quickly control and power over others consumed Foodie as much as the food, sex, attention, and drug addictions did. And when she lost control, she became even more ruthless than what we had previously seen.
Isolation is another tactic on the power and control wheel. And when I listen to men talk about isolating their partners, there's a lot of ways that they talk about going about this particular tactic. The ultimate goal is to keep her from hearing voices other than his. So he's got this way he wants her to think. He's got this way he wants her to feel, things he wants her to do. If she comes in contact with members of her family, her friends, they'll have other ideas about what she should be doing. And he doesn't want those ideas in her head. He wants his ideas in her head. So he finds ways of isolating her. So it might be something as subtle as creating an argument every time she wants to go out and see her family or friends, so that it gets to the point where it's just so hard to even go out that I just quit. I'll just stay in because I don't need another argument. I don't need a bunch of yelling. I don't need something broken. I don't need to be threatened. I'll just stay home.
On the day, and think about all the ways she's treated Pete. The isolation that she did to Pete. You can't have women over. You can't be talking to other women. Isolation. Look at the way she treated Salah. The threats that she made. Oh, I'm going to go back to Canada. The financial abuse that happened. She's an abusive bitch. She isolates a target. What does she want? She wants a partner that doesn't have a life. She doesn't want that partner being around family or friends. Think about the fact that she did not want Salah around his family. She didn't want Salah being around the family unit. But why? Because it's other people and she can't control what they say. She can't control the emotional bond and connection that he had with his family. Him being connected to his roots. She doesn't want other people given in his ear and giving those thoughts and planting those seeds of, you know, Foodie is not really a good person and she's controlling you and she doesn't really care about you. She doesn't want that interference in her control. So when an abuser wants to control someone, they completely isolate you. They don't want you having family or friends or sometimes a job. They might control the number of phone calls that you make to people. Remember how she used to make Salah turn on FaceTime whenever he went somewhere? Controlling, abusive fucking behavior. She wasn't being a jealous wife. She was being a controlling abuser. Did the same thing with Pete. You can't have women over. She discouraged him from having a life because if you have a life, then you're going to find happiness. And if you find happiness, then it might occur to you that you're done with the unhappiness in your life and let it go. And she wanted to keep those people that she was abusing close to her. And again, let's talk about her kick channel. What does she do to her beezers? She's encouraging them to stay near her, to stay in her backyard. She doesn't want them wandering all over YouTube or Kick, watching other people, isolating behavior. You know, she didn't want Salah around his family, and she was very pissed off because the family was there. She got frustrated and angry because while he was in Syria, his family was there, and she couldn't fully control him. It absolutely pissed her off. She could not just get her way. So there's a long cycle of isolation, abuse, control, manipulation, financial abuse, possibly physical abuse. I don't know what she did behind the scenes. And she was miserable. She didn't like family being around. What's that saying? Your light irritates their demons. She didn't like people who brought light into his life being around him. Why? Because she's a predator. She's an abusive predator.
Telephone.
Oh, yes. Sophia, yes. I'm a control freak, yeah.
Okay, we got to go back. Sorry, we're scrolling too fast. Oh, oops. Sorry. Did I go back too far? Damn it. No, did we get to this part? Okay, we're almost there. Man. A controlling person, people, and situations. Controlling behavior can include everything from directly telling someone what they can or cannot do to more discreet methods like guilt tripping, gaslighting, possessiveness. Controlling behavior. The controlling person targets an individual and dominates them in an unhealthy, self-serving manner. This is why she made Pete quit his job, made Natter quit his, called and texted him till the phone died, and why Salah has to send photos when he's out. Of the many patterns of Foodie, I recognize there is one that stumps me. I know it's part of the demand for power and control, but don't actually understand it. I've noticed she talks a lot about people deserving or not deserving and rights or lack thereof. But I do understand it. I actually do understand it. And I can explain it right here. If you're with an abusive individual in your life, it's a rewards and punishment system. If you are around an abusive person, they weaponize a system of rewards and punishment. They will abuse you, and then they give you a slight reward to make you feel better. Like they feed you scraps of hope and love just to keep you around. Just not enough to give you a full belly, just enough to keep you from starving. They'll feed you scraps of love to keep you hoping and holding on. And you'll always be starving for more. Just enough hope and just enough love to keep you on the string.
You deserve everything you get. You do not deserve to be in Canada. You do not deserve to breathe the air of Canadian air. I fucking hate you all, and I hope you all rot in hell. And this is the last time I'm ever talking about you. I'm too fucking good for you. I've always been too fucking good for you. I've always been too good for you. You don't have a right to talk. You don't, because you're just lying. Like, he thinks he has a right to tell his side of the story. Like, what side of the story? Like,
and abusive people always get pissed off when those who are victims actually use their voice. They don't want the victims of their abuse to use their voice, because then that breaks the persona and that breaks the control. When a victim comes forward and they use their voice and they speak up, and then whatever image they built up of themselves crumbles and people can see who they really are. They don't want people seeing who they really are and what's going on. I mean, example, Beck coming forward and they saying what they said. Amber talking all that trash about Beck. And Beck started to use their voice. How much that made Amber angry. And Aunt Tammy, she had a meltdown over Aunt Tammy, breaking down the ego and the persona and showing people how abusive they are. They're trying to maintain a facade, a mirage, if you will. But once the victim starts speaking up, the mirage is broken. Putting the truth out there, and that's something they don't want out there.
you know what? He doesn't fucking get it. You don't have a right. You don't have a right. You don't have a right. You are the... Okay. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
And if you're a victim, the more you try to speak out about what happened to you and what the truth is, the more that an abuser will try to silence you. The more truth that gets out there, the more angry they become, and the more they try to retaliate. She didn't like Natter talking about her, because he was putting stuff out there she didn't want people to know. She also has this thing about Milky, even though Milky wasn't attacking her, she was questioning ALR. I think that Milky triggers Chantal because there are different qualities about Milky that Chantal covets. She covets those things about Milky, the fact that Milky is a very attractive young woman. Milky also has a wonderful relationship with her man. I've seen the pictures of Milky and her man. Beautiful pictures, by the way, Milky. She's confident, she's well-spoken, she's smart, she's talented. Chantal gets triggered because when she sees things in people that she wishes she could be or have, but she can't have, she just turns hateful. She gets really, really hateful. You know, deep down, when you hate somebody like that, on a deeper level, you think, I wish I could be that person. I wish I had that person's life. I hate my life, and I wish I could just trade places for a day with that life. I want to know what it is to be happy and young and beautiful and in a relationship. She hates people like Milky because deep down she wants that life. She can't have it, so if you can't have something, you get hateful.
We'll see. You're home for now.
You're lucky that you dropped it.
All right. Yeah, we'll see. We will see. We'll see.
I mean, I'm sure she looks at Milky and she thinks, look at this young, beautiful, attractive, confident, well-spoken, talented woman. Look at what they've done with their life, and look what I've done with mine. And you can't rewind the tape. You can only go forward. But she probably looks at Milky and says to herself, this is what I could have been, but I'm not. This person's got their whole life ahead of them, and look at all that they've accomplished. And look at my life. Look at how much I've screwed up my life. It just makes her aware of where she's at and where other people are at. And she hates, you know what? She doesn't just hate all pretty women. She does, though. She hates women in general. She hates women across the board. It doesn't matter if you're older, younger, attractive or not attractive, if you're a single mother, if you're a mother, if you're a single woman. She hates you. She hates all women. She looks at other women as competition rather than friends. Yep. Those are my neighbors. What you're hearing outside is their truck. I know. I deal with this every day. When they leave and they enter, y'all understand why I'm batty now, right? I try to block that out. All I can do is laugh about it. But y'all hear what you hear what's up. It is what it is. There's no sense in getting mad at it. It is what it is. It's their vehicle. And you're right. They do need their brakes or whatever fixed. It's bad. It's real bad. Yeah, but they're home.
Yeah, you're on borrowed time, Nutter. We'll see.
By the way,
we'll see.
You know, like I live in a section of town called the War Zone. Welcome to the War Zone. Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games.
tomorrow you're not gonna come live in Montreal, right?
Nope, I'm still moving to Montreal.
Now she's gonna stay.
So people believe you. And by your act, they don't believe you anyway. Or some people don't believe you from the beginning, you know, you're lying. Abuse you, I think he was going to the court.
Nobody could understand the obsession with Natter. It wasn't love she wanted. It was control Natter wouldn't give her. And that's why she tried to ruin his life. Think back. It would all make sense. It was the power dynamic. Love doesn't live here. Yeah, it was never about love. Love is healthy. Love is balanced. Love is, I really care about you and I want the best for you. Whatever it is in life that makes you happy, I want that for you. Whatever brings you fulfillment, I want that for you. She never wanted that person to be fulfilled or satisfied or content. She never urged her partners to go on and be the best them they could be. It was all about keeping them next to her. In order to do that, they had to be the worst of themselves rather than the best. Dusty Rhodes. Hey, wait a minute. I grew up watching professional wrestling. I remember Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream. I love Dusty Rhodes. He was great. He was a great entertainer. He was great on the mic. He was amazing. Actually, since you brought that up, something that Dusty said, he was doing like a promo. He said, either you're going to be a leader or you're going to be a walk behind her, as he put it. She's always looking for the walk behinders. She doesn't want anybody in her life to be a leader because she wants to lead them. She wants everybody around her to be a walk behind her. Great words from Dusty.
5, 6 charges.
I hate this guy. You didn't win.
And I say since day one, I will win.
I hate this guy.
You guys make
He's so smug. I want.
The reality said, the word I said happened. Oh, this toy become empty. No ink.
I think she liked Natter because he challenged her. She couldn't get one over on him. They both have dominant personalities and they clashed. Here's the joke of it all. I think when she met him, she thought, oh, he's just some stupid, skinny crackhead. I can get what I want from him. And then when he met her, he thought, oh, she's some stupid, love-thirsty broad. I can get what I want from her. And then they locked horns. They underestimated each other. But this whole thing between her and Natter was all about playing a game. Who's going to win the game? If she got a point, then he would get a point. It was all about this continuous tennis match of will and power and control and manipulation going on between these two. And she was determined to win. He challenged her. And after he challenged her, she was determined to win the game.
So now if I answer, I'm lovely, but
Oh, yes. Sophia, yes. I'm a control freak, yeah. Oh, yes. Sophia, yes. I'm a control freak, yeah. Oh, yes. Sophia, yes. I'm a control freak, yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't. So I really, really just took the time to really think about, hey, is this for me? You know, am I going to be able to put up with the notion that people are going to talk about me and I can't do anything about that? I can block it from here, sure. And I will continue to do that. I will continue to, fight the negativity, keep it away from my channel at least. If you want to talk about me being a bad person and focus all your time and energy on that, trying to expose me as being a bully. I'm not a bully, I clap back, and I do have a bad attitude sometimes, but it's something I'm working on, and if you want to think I'm a bitch and not watch me, be my guest.
And Chantal, this was years ago. These clips are from years ago. This was the past. You want people to believe that you changed in the present, but where's the proof? You like to say that. Where's the proof? So I'm asking you, where's the proof that you've changed? Because you're still doing the same behaviors on Kick now. This was like a few years ago. Here we are years later. Where is the proof that you've changed? If you're still being a jerk and an asshole on Kick, you're blocking people, you're banning people for the simplest thing, you're manipulating people. Where exactly did you change again? How did that happen? Where did it happen? Because I haven't seen it. I haven't heard it either.
When the mirror was held up to Foodie even, as a middle-aged adult, she always gave the same juvenile excuses. They started at first, I'm only defending myself. I clap back every now and then. I'm defending myself. Textbook bully behavior. Swing and hide. Punch and project.
Okay, why do most bullies go into hiding when exposed for being a bully?
Rule number 1. Chantal lies. Rule number 2, it's never her fault.
Nope.
Never.
Passion Tim, I didn't lie about these are awards. I got sick. It's never my fault. I don't take accountability for anything.
So yeah, so I mean, all I can do is just move on from here with you guys. Those are the people that I'm doing this for. Those who have been with me from day one.
And there were many manipulative tactics that we've seen in the community from this woman. Here's some of the things that she would do. If Chantal would say something or do something that would be offensive when she took it too far, what always followed, chat? Those of you that are OGs and you've been around a while, what would we see? Can you remember? Because I can remember. She would perhaps go to the emergency room to change the narrative, to change the feeling. There would always be an emergency room visit to get people's minds off of what she said or what she did. Also, she would manipulate through her live streams and her videos. She would come on camera purposely not wearing makeup, looking very vulnerable, using a low voice. We've got the low, sympathetic, feel pity for me voice. That happened many times. That happened many times. Yeah, exactly. The deflection tactics. Using deflection tactics. Healthcare crisis. But whenever she would rage and say too much or do too much, there was always a health crisis that followed directly after, or she would do a video or a live stream where she would not be in her makeup, completely barefaced, low voice. Guys, I have something to confess to you. I did a bad thing with food last night. Yeah, we saw it all, we heard it all, and we recognized it all. And we called her out for it too. So there's many ways in which she uses to manipulate, to get people back on her side once she pushes them away. It's the push-pull thing.
And, new people who are supportive as well. But having people like you in my corner and just the messages I received is just beats any negativity out of the park, So you can't control, I've said this so many times, but it's so hard to remember my own advice sometimes. But you can't control what people say to you. You can't control what people think of you. You can't control people talking about you, especially if you're a YouTuber. It comes with the territory. Should it be that way? Hell no. But it is. It is. And it's always going to be that way. And
and I want to point this out, and this may mean nothing, but recently Chantal talked about Miss Hussey. She was praising Miss Hussey. For those that don't know, Miss Hussey had a channel back in the day on YouTube, and Miss Hussey was ripping into Foodie. Hardcore. And because of Chantal, he lost his channel. Once Hussey got on Foodie's radar, he lost his channel. Me and Hussey are not on speaking terms. Those of you that have been around a while, you know why. But isn't it interesting that she's bringing up Miss Hussey when back in the day she couldn't stand Miss Hussey, to the point where Chantal actually got Miss Hussey's channel taken away from him. But she hated the things that Miss Hussey was saying about her. So isn't it funny how she hated him then, but kind of praising him now? Weird, huh?
Until then, the only thing you can control about that is how you react. And the way I reacted was 10 times worse than anything that's been said about me. So, so going forward, it's just going to be my old self, the way I was. I just want to be really positive. 2018 was supposed to start off as positivity and all these things, and it has been starting off rough.
Yep.
And, I need to really, really move forward with that in regards to my attitude and things like that about things. So yeah, so I reevaluated. Is it worth it? Yes, for me, it's worth it. I love doing videos. I love being on camera. And
nice.
I love it even more than how much I hate being talked about. And you know what? That hate for being talked about is it's dissipating because I'm accepting it and whatever, So that being said, I'm going to go out and get some. So Fast Food Friday is going to be, everything is going to be still health conscious. But the ones that, I think being competitive isn't a bad thing because there's so many YouTubers and a lot of them are abusing, in my opinion, the platform.
What was that? What? What'd you just say? There are a lot of YouTubers that are using and abusing the platform. Says the woman who used and abused the platform the most. Coming on camera and monetizing her food issue. Looking for enablers and funders of said food issue. And then she took it higher. Using YouTube as an all ages platform to showcase, monetize fetish content, adult fetish content of all kinds, and disguise it as YouTube content. For many years she did that. And I clocked this bitch, and I'm sure she didn't like it. I was pointing out the fact that she was catering to the feeders. I'm sure that pissed her off. And then I clocked her again with all the things that I saw she was doing that were fetish related. I've been clocking her ever since. Why do I clock her like that? Because I know about these things. And if I know about it and I think other people should know about it, then I let them know. Because she's not going to let them know. She's not going to inform people of what they're watching. And even audience members have the right to know. So they can consent or not consent. If you're going to put that kind of content in front of people, you should pass along the information of what they're watching, because it is adult content. And you're doing it on an all ages platform. You might be exposing people who are underage to said content. And they don't need to see it. It's not for them. But you insisted on putting it in front of them. So as long as you continue to do that, Foodie, I'm going to keep clocking you. I'm going to keep pointing it out to give people an idea of what's being said.
Like, YouTube is a place to entertain people, to bring awareness, to bring a message. And some people just use the platform to just drag others and cause shit and, you know, really don't make any content. Just upload other people's content. And it's just like, they're abusing the platform, in my opinion, and they're getting ad revenue that should be going to people who are actually working hard and making content. Now, I know I don't, you know, there's so many, I'm not a huge channel. So many more work harder than me. But if I had a smaller channel, you know, and I wasn't giving it my all, I wouldn't be upset, you know, by the whole YouTube partner change thing. I understand those who are working hard and, like I said, just can't catch a break. That's different. But I think that there's some, like I said, just abusing the platform. And I agree with YouTube in regards to that, weeding those people out. So that's a good thing in my opinion. It will give those who are actually working hard and making content to get more out of the ad revenue program. And the advertisers also will get more out of it because their ads will be played on platforms that have more subscribers, more views, and they'll get more revenue too. So it's a win-win situation, you know? So that's my opinion on that. And I've rambled enough. I just wanted to do this quick intro because I am back now, and I am going to be back full force next week.
Isn't it amazing to see these older clips of Foodie? Like, she was acting so nice back in the day, wasn't she? This is when she had a smaller channel. And then the bigger she got as far as her channel, the more arrogant she became. The more high on her horse. Her entire identity is her YouTube personality. And she took that YouTube personality to kick. And she's still awful.
So I'm just going to do this video, and starting Monday, I'm going to be back, and I'm going to do a whole life update, health update, everything on my other channel. And probably Monday night, I'm going to make it after the OA meeting. And I'm also going to have a Mystery Monday, which I'm going to be trying something different with that. I'm not really sure I like the whole eating and talking about a mystery approach. I find the combination is a little awkward sometimes. I know a lot of you like it, but let me know if you'd be up to something different. Not like what I did. I would show myself, but I would do, like, you know, a mix of showing myself and showing clips and just talking about just the mystery or the case.
Okay, you know what? I know a lot of people have been wondering, Will Foodie ever get her monetization back? I'm going to give my honest opinion. I don't think that she's going to get her monetization back. I honestly think she doesn't want to be back on YouTube because YouTube has too many rules now. You see what she's doing on Kick. She can't do that on YouTube no more. She wants to be on a platform where she can make money and do whatever she wants. And YouTube is no longer that platform. I think she's just going to let the monetization go on her channel. And she's going to stick with Kick because you can get away with whatever you want on Kick, apparently. I think she's going to stay on Kick and then say, screw YouTube. Too many rules, too many restrictions. I do what I want, and that's it, and that's all.
At hand. And, you know, I would still do cooking and eating shows on my channel, but, you know, they're going to change differently to accommodate the needs of YouTube and whatever. So let me know your thoughts. And I really, really appreciate those of you who are still here and still watch me. It really means a lot. And thank you for understanding this little short break. And it is really hard to stay away from social media. It's almost impossible, I have to say. I'm like addicted to it. I'm always on my phone. I'm always on the computer, like a lot of you, right? So anyways, I'm going to go get that food and shut up and eat and tell you guys all about my little adventures. Hey guys.
Makes it nearly impossible for her to find any kind of meaningful or fulfilling employment opportunities. This does not, however, mean that it is the fault of her onlookers that she is stuck in this position. This does not, however, mean that it is the fault of her onlookers that she is stuck in this position. Their attention is a direct result of her actions. Their attention is a direct result of her actions. She has no one to blame for her situation but herself. She has no one to blame for her situation but herself. But, to be fair to her, the chance of ever returning to her particular line of work was pretty much down the toilet before she even started pursuing YouTube as a career, long before she became the subject of nearly weekly controversy and daily discussion. But before we answer any questions in regards to how she became trapped in this digital Sisyphean prison, eating food for the camera just to be able to afford food to eat for the camera, we first have to find out how she got here. This is the story of Foodie Beauty.
Taffy, the channel is called Knock Knock It's Karma. Knock Knock It's Karma has a lot of wonderful content. Like if you want to go, like there's so many, like Knock Knock It's Karma did a whole series of the 7 deadly sins involving Chantal. And there's one part of the series I don't know if I'll be able to cover it because it involves gluttony and sloth. More than likely it involves Chantal's eating. I don't know if I'll have to skip that one, but there's a whole series there. There's all kinds of videos by Knock Knock It's Karma. So please y'all check out Knock Knock It's Karma if you want to see the video without my commentary. I got a lot of wonderful archived content.
Chantal Marie Olive in 1984, the Foodie Beauty is a 35-year-old Canadian mukbang YouTuber. According to her YouTube About Me section, her channel is about, quote, an unapologetic fat girl who loves food, fashion, and vlogging. This is not a weight loss channel. Welcome. Anyone with even a passing familiarity with Chantal knows that this is far from an accurate description. One more fitting would read, a morbidly obese woman struggling with a severe doctor-diagnosed eating disorder and rapidly deteriorating mental and physical health, brought on by her refusal to address her addiction to food in any meaningful way, and her constant need to antagonistically engage with anyone who has even the slightest criticism of her, regardless of their intention. If you were to try and gauge the kind of person Chantal is by clicking on one of her videos at random, if you were to try and judge this book by its cover, you'd be inclined to think that she was just your typical basic female with a rather obvious addiction to food, who shares just a little too much. Most of her...
You know, I remember like all the way back when Foodie first started her channel. She was doing what a lot of people do. If they come on YouTube and they're not exactly sure about what content they want to do, she was trying many different things. She had more variety in her content back then than she does now. She was doing makeup looks. She was doing makeup hauls, shopping hauls. She was going out with her grandmother, going out in real life and like walking around, going to the mall, having dinner. She even did, believe it or not, y'all, video game playthroughs a couple of times. So she was trying many different things. And then the mukbang trend took off. And she just attached herself to the mukbang trend. She noticed like an uptick in views and attention, so she stuck with that. So she hopped on the mukbang trend and just ran with it. And I'm sure in the midst of doing all the videos of her eating food, that's when she started to attract the feeders and getting in contact with them. And they started sending her stuff to the Canadian villa. They sent her clothes, they sent her food. One particular feeder had a very interesting part to his fetish. He didn't like the sound of a metal spoon or metal fork hitting the plate, so he sent her a wooden spoon, a big one, and a wooden fork, and she used that in her videos. So that's when the feeder started to pay attention to Chantal and send her stuff, and maybe perhaps her doing requests all the way back then. Like the Canadian villa era is when all that really, really took off.
Stories are boring, albeit disgusting. She seems like a bit of a dork. Her friends are all nerds. But if we peel back the layers just a little bit, if you can stomach the unsettling way she eats and her propensity for discussing...
You know what, Billy? This part right here, that's a feeder thing. They like that. They like it when you look like you're having an actual eating the food. They like the food dripping down your chin that looks very sexual. They like it when you wear clothes that look like they're too small on you, like the button's about to pop off. Like there's kind of a sometimes a sexual element to the feeder content. And food dripping down her face and chewing with your mouth open and getting all up in the camera and showing off the plate. This is all feeder coded. All of it. All of it. She was catering to them in full view of the public.
Functions in great detail. You'll find someone who is self-absorbed, cruel, vindictive, and quite possibly the most impulsive person you will ever find on this platform. Basically.
Yeah. Some things never change. This could have been made today. It's as relevant today as it was 3 years ago. And part of the reason that I wanted to play this video, I'm going to be totally honest with you guys, is that she really is playing now.
And I also recommend, if you haven't seen it yet, this is a really excellent video called A Canadian Horror Story, a Foodie Beauty documentary. If you guys want to go watch that, A Canadian Horror Story. I guess that video is well known here in the community. It was really well done. It was done like, I think 3 or 4 years ago. Definitely worth the watch.
Non-existent new audience. If that new audience were to exist, let them see the good old days too. Let all the Bambis, anybody who wasn't here before Kraken Olympics, and every non-existent new audience member get a look at who this woman has always been. Because the narrative has been played now for what, 1.5 years of every bad thing that she does is because she was in an abusive situation and being used and blah, blah, blah. It's her go-to. It's what she goes to. Okay. How are you going to explain this then? Because this is years ago, long before you even know Koki existed.
And I want to say something to those words. A lot of people go through a rough life. A lot of people come from broken homes. A lot of people get involved in abusive relationships and they come out the other side as survivors. A lot of people go through trauma. But just because you go through that stuff doesn't give you a reason or an excuse or a free pass to act badly. There's a lot of people that go through, growing up in a bad home with bad parents, or they've got involved in bad situations, and they don't turn out the way that Chantal has. They don't use it as a reason or excuse to do bad things. I've been involved in bad situations. I mean, I don't want to trauma dump on anybody, but I'm just using this to highlight, and I'm not looking to trigger anyone. I've dealt with CSA. I've dealt with DV. I've dealt with SA. I've been through some horrible things in my life, but I'm not a bad person. I don't use the past things that have happened to me as a reason to go, well, society should just excuse any bad behavior that I do from here on out. No, what happens to you is what happens to you. If you have wounds and you know you have wounds, you should heal them. Because once you heal them, you can go on and be a better person. So a lot of us have gone through some trauma. some bad things. We have the scars, we have the memories. But that does not give you an excuse to act badly and get away with it. It's not a get out of jail free card. Like you saw in the beginning part of this video, she's done some pretty doggone bad things. Very bad. But abuse and trauma doesn't give you a free pass to act the way that she acts.
So who are you going to blame for all of this stuff? This is who you truly are. You just didn't have Cokie to blame for it back in the day.
She's the kind of girl that most guys only put up with because they're knocked down, drag out gorgeous. Which is why the men she's surrounded herself with are either self-admittedly autistic, like her ex and best friend, Pete's. Somebody asked if my ex Pete was autistic or had Asperger's, and you know what? He did tell me once that he thought he might be on the spectrum. Or compelled to be with her in order to maintain their citizenship, like her current boyfriend, BB.
Let's, what is doublespeak?
Doublespeak is language designed to evade responsibility, make the unpleasant appear pleasant, the unattractive appear attractive. Basically, it's language that pretends to communicate, but really doesn't. It is language designed to mislead while pretending not to.
Is it done consciously?
Oh, yes, very consciously. Doublespeak is not a slip of the tongue or a mistaken use of language. It's exactly the opposite. It is language used by people who are very intelligent and very sophisticated in the use of language and know that you can do an awful lot with language.
Chantal is an abusive bully. She's always been an abusive bully, and she knows this. It's why she's went to great lengths to hide the real her on this platform, declaring war on anyone who saw through the act. She also habitually blames others for her character flaws. She's also done this since childhood too. The blame for Chantal's egregious behavior was placed on her mom, her sister, her dad, or the lack of his presence, her friends, co-workers, and now her viewers. The responsibility of Chantal's behaviors always fell on somebody else.
And I want to point out that just last night, during her live chat on Kick, Chantal was doxing several people, talking about her English teacher. How long ago was that? Like, you're doxing your English teacher. You doxed somebody that allegedly you went to a Katimovic with, who is an author now. You doxed your French lover. Like, she was just showing several people on her phone to live chat. So this allegedly good person doxing people on live from her past that have nothing to do with Chantal, probably haven't spoken to her or had any kind of contact with her in years, and she's actively doxing them. And she let the public see their photos, but again, why? These people aren't harming Chantal. She's in no danger from these people. Yet she's going to reach back into her past and show their photos while on Kick's live. It's almost like she's doing it to get back at them somehow. These people that have no contact with her. It's weird and it's wrong.
Never her. She protects the image she projects at any and all costs. She's shown this to us with her bully stories that she took great pleasure in telling us. And when we didn't agree but thought the stories were egregious, she would try to turn and twist it in her favor at any cost. She thought she found a place to hide on YouTube, portraying to the public she was just an innocent fat girl who got picked on and bullied, all the while swinging behind the back, then crying victim.
Right. She likes to throw rocks and hide her hands. We saw that a lot during Crackhead Olympics. How many OGs in the audience, you know what I'm talking about? She worked the YouTube system. If she wanted to rage, if she was mad at somebody, she would do a live stream, and then with like an hour, she would delete it. We remember all her dirty deletes. she probably has more dirty deletes than she does actual content. She would literally go live, rage, act inappropriately, and within like 24 hours, she would delete the live. The reactors have this stuff though. We got it all. It took an entire community to keep up with that woman because she would be on the Coca-Cola, streaming for 12 hours a day, and you never know when she was going to rage. But when she raged, she worked the YouTube system knowing that if people reported her, it would take a day or two for them to catch the live and look at it. But before anything could be seen, she would dirty delete. So she would throw rocks and hide her hands. Did that many times. If she did something offensive, that got dirty deleted. Oh, we knew, as reactors, we knew if she was acting offensive to grab a copy right then and there. She gets mad at us for what she calls sniping. It's actually restreaming her content, going live as soon as she goes live. But if she's doing something offensive, something react worthy, we got to get a copy when we can get it because it's not going to be there the next day. Believe that. It's going to be gone. We'd always catch her throwing rocks and trying to hide her hands. And we would grab a copy when we could. So she would bitch. Like, they're not leaving me alone. They're bullying me. No, we're just capturing you in your bad moments. We're making sure that you can't get rid of them. I don't know how many dirty deletes she did. I'd say well over 200. But she hated the fact that a whole community could keep up with her.
Many wonder how we got to where we are today on Gore World. That's how. The bully finally swung on someone who isn't afraid to swing back and won't be manipulated into fault that is not his own.
The crazy mom from Carrie. Carrie put up with a lot of crap, man. I don't get that. I would not put up with that bully crap. If they were making fun of me for having my period in that at the beginning of the movie, I would have stuffed their ears with tampons. Those friggin' mean women. That movie makes me so mad. Yeah, I would beat them all up.
Sure.
Remember I told you that story about that big bully in grade 8 that I kicked? She was like taking my swing and going like this and calling me a cat killer. Ugh. I can't stand bullies. Ugh. I can't stand bullies. That's why, you know. I just felt like having no snack, big snack, and sharing with you guys. Beauty bite.
I think that Chantal uses her social media platforms to get back at people that she's got some kind of long-standing grudge with. I mean, it can go back as far as grade school or high school. It's like she's being mean and vindictive, getting back at those people by talking about them on her live stream. It's giving me nanny, nanny, boo, boo, you can't get me, there's nothing you can do vibes. Acting like a child, getting back at people that she encountered that did her some kind of perceived wrong. She even told a story about a coworker who was a manager. She worked at like a call center. She came to work dressed very inappropriately in a short skirt and I guess no panties. And the manager told her to go home and, change her clothes. And she told the story about that woman, even though the woman was completely in the right. You're coming to work dressed like a hoe bag, showing off stuff you shouldn't be showing. Yeah, you're going to be sent home. But just things like that. Just going after people from her past because she's holding a grudge and she wants to have a get back using her channel.
Boo veggies. So being on YouTube reminded me of, how there's like hate and bullying or whatever. Made me think of like high school and bullies in real life, or elementary school, sorry. So I kind of wanted to tell you guys about my biggest bullies. The major ones, When you're overweight, people bully you throughout life. So, the one bully I remember, I think her name was Tasha.
She's very pretty, really long blonde hair. She looked like the girl, one of the girls from my Sweet Valley High. Eat a bit more here.
You're nasty.
Yeah. But she was a real bitch. I think she just had something wrong with her because she was in grade 8. And I was in grade 4. So why are you picking on someone so much younger than you, you know? And B, she just had this, like, it seemed like misdirected hate. Like she was so angry at me. It all started.
You know what? I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think when Chantal went to school, maybe even high school, that she coveted being the popular, attractive, mean girl. She wanted to be that girl. That she always wanted to be the popular, mean girl. And I think when she got on social media, on YouTube, it gave her the chance to be what she always wanted to be. She wanted to be the popular, mean girl that could surround herself in people and be as mean as she wants to be and get away with it. Because that's her personality on social media, the popular mean girl that verbally abuses people, bullies people, puts people down, and get away with it because the Beezers let her get away with it because they like her for some unexplained reason.
Her parents were cat breeders, okay? So they bred purebred Persian cats. I have the worst munchies right now.
Pardon me for scooting ahead. I don't want to see her eat. I'm sure she's telling a very interesting story, but I just can't deal with her and the food right now. Let's get past that. Let's move ahead a little bit. Sorry, guys. I got to do it.
I don't let people treat me like shit. You know what I mean? So, not really. But, I mean, people call me fat. Yeah, of course. You know, but whatever. Negro? I don't know if that's an offensive word or not. Is Negro an offensive word? Do you know what I mean, guys, though? Like, you don't...
Yeah, and that was something that happened back in the day. When she was living with BB, she tried to drag him into her live streams. BB did not want to be in her live streams. She would basically almost force him to be on camera. And then she would roll her eyes at him. She would talk badly about him while he was in the same room. He'd be working hard all day, come home, just want to sit down in front of the TV and eat dinner or play his video games. And she would talk disparagingly about BB while he was there. Or roll her eyes because he wanted to watch TV. He was a sweetie. He was a good guy. He was a really good guy. And I think the reason why she got upset when her and BB broke up is because BB was her security. You know, like him paying the bills and having a house. It gave her a place to stay and she wouldn't have to work. I think she was more upset about losing her security than losing him. She didn't care about him. She cared about the security, the financial security that he offered that she could no longer benefit from. So it was about losing a source, like a resource that she had.
Being bullied, like, there's no way somebody was stuffing my ass in a locker, flushing my head down the toilet, giving me wedgies. Like, I would kick their ass, you know? I already did my mukbang. I already ate. Thank you. Oh, fat, pretty, hot, and tempting. Yeah, a Negro, like, and, yeah, exactly. I am fat. I am. I know you guys are trying to be nice.
And you guys want to know how unhinged Chantal is? And I heard this story that BB was ironing his work shirts for work. And she had an entire temper tantrum because she wanted him in that moment to pay attention to her. Imagine that. You're a working class man. and all you want to do is iron your work shirts for work, and your woman is having an entire fit because she wants attention at the same time, and you're busy. She can't wait until you're done with your ironing. Imagine that.
People are stupid, Nightmare. I bet you would kick their ass.
Yeah, and he cooked for her too.
This is so good.
Hi, Bella.
Oh my god. There's a guy walking by. Watch. Watch.
That right there. That right there. And she's not a racist. So she was doing a mukbang in her car. No, it wasn't because she was self-conscious. Y'all didn't catch what just happened. There was a gentleman with darker skin that walked past her car and she locked her doors. Racist. Acting like he was going to hurt her. And he probably didn't even care that she was there. And she's not racist? Hey, Kidney J. Hi, darling. Love your live streams, everybody. Y'all go check out Kidney J. If one of my mods in here could like post Kidney J's channel. And also if you could post Knock Knock It's Karma's channel as well. I would most appreciate that. Yeah, it was blatant. Yeah, so he could hear it. Although I'm sure that gentleman didn't care about Foodie, was not threatening Chantal in any way. He just walked past the car.
Watch.
He didn't do anything. Did nothing to her.
You know these bullshit parents who are never in your life, and then all of a sudden when they're in your life, like they're gonna make an impact and put down the stick and make a difference. Yeah, that was my dad. So he let me stay at his house with his girlfriend, and I had anger abandonment issues from my dad, so I wasn't really too happy. He was so strict. He warned me, he's like, don't steal from me, but don't do anything you're not supposed to because I'll know about it. I have ways, and I'm thinking he must have cameras or something in his house. When I had to go live with him, that was my all-time low of happiness so far. I didn't have any money, and this was bad, but back then he had this like big thing of change, like quarters, and he would never give me money or any allowance. I had no money. I had no job at the time. So I
don't know if I have mods in here. Let me just take a minute and I'll post the links myself. Just give me one moment. It won't take very long. I'm finding it. I got this, chat. I can mod my chat if I want to. It's my party and I'll mod if I want to. There. There's Kidney J's channel. Also, let me put this in here so you guys can find Knock Knock It's Karma as well. Make it easy for y'all. What? I can be silly if I want. Nothing you can do about it. All right. So that's Kidney Day's channel, and that's Knock Knock It's Karma. Let's keep going.
Snuck a handful of quarters one time. I don't remember what I bought with it. When I came home that night, I think he confronted me about it and was like, I know you stole quarters. This part's gross. You don't want to get grossed out? Don't listen. I warned you. I was just mad. I just had all this anger towards him. Not just from the money thing. I mean, you know, I stole money from him, but just he's just not a good father. Get back at him.
So you're not a good father if you go to your stepdaughter and say, don't steal from me, don't do any rotten things. You're not a good father if you basically tell your stepdaughter, don't steal from me, don't act badly. You're not a good father. So I guess you don't want a father, Chantal. You want a daddy. You want someone to love on you, but not to call out your bad behavior. You're a bad dad if you just simply want your stepchild to act right. Her bio dad was a good father. Well, I've heard things about, there's stories that she's told about her biological father. According to her, her biological father had a problem with food, like her. He was also an alcoholic, according to her. That's unconfirmed. But she told a lot of bad stories about her biological father. So I don't know what to believe with Foodie. But the stepdad was the bad one, right? Just because he was being a stepdad and saying, just don't act up. Don't do dumb things.
Back at him. Get back at him. He just got new leather couches. I wiped huge boogers on his sofa and left and went and stayed with another friend. Called my mom.
Honestly, how you had to know there must have been something to that. Because going to your stepchild and saying, don't steal from me, what did you do to prompt that conversation in the first place? How much of a thief and dishonest were you that your stepdad actually had to say that to you? That was a conversation. Don't steal from me. You must have stolen a lot for him to even bring it up. I mean, is that a normal conversation that a stepfather has with their stepdaughter? Don't steal from me. You must have quite the reputation for being a sticky fingers. Like he's giving you notice that he knows you're a bad child and not to be bad with him.
Your daughter wiped boogers on my sofa. Like your daughter? Like what about you, buddy? Takes two to tango. Why am I telling you guys this? I don't know. I guess my story is kind of like the spoiled brat being homeless kind of thing. When a spoiled brat is homeless, I don't know. Knock on wood, I really don't know what it's like to really struggle. I mean, to really, really struggle. I'm very fortunate for that because there are a lot of kids that are out on the street. And
well, that's funny. Didn't she tell us stories about how she struggled with her single mother and getting snacks? That kind of goes against the narrative that she put out before. But according to her, she was spoiled and she wanted for nothing. So how do we go from we struggled to we didn't struggle? Huh.
Have no one to turn to, you know, at all. And really have no food, no summer sausage, nothing, you know?
Klondike bar? What would you do for a Klondike bar? You know, like the classic saying. And I'm like, what would I do for a Klondike bar? I don't know. I just liked being weird back then, entertaining people. So I was like, what do you want me to do for a Klondike bar? Name it. So there's this older man that lived at the end of the street, okay? He was mysterious because I don't know who he lived with. I don't know what his deal was. He was always, from morning till night, sitting on a fold-out lawn chair in his yard. And the guy was in a vegetative state or completely senile.
So this gentleman, yet another disabled person she targeted. And keep in mind that she's in her 30s when she did this video. So she's taken advantage of people when she was young. And here she is telling a story about how she targeted yet another disabled person. Yeah, look at Booger. Look at Booger. You do Booger kitty. Hopping up here on my lap. The queen is here. Everybody rise. Salute the queen. The queen is here. All rise. The queen is in the building. Well, she's always been in the building. She just Eat the burger. All right, so on we go.
Every time you would try to talk to him, he'd walk by, he would just be always staring blankly ahead, no expression, just like, I feel bad for the guy, poor guy. Like, I hope he had someone looking after him. He must have, right? I don't know. Anyway, so my friend's boyfriend's like, I want you to go to the man at the end of the road, and I want you to lift your shirt up and flash him and shove it in his face. Elder abuse, elder abuse. I feel bad for the guy, poor guy. Like, I hope he had someone looking after him. Elder abuse.
So, out of her own mouth, essay on the elderly. And she's a good person, Beezers? This is the person you support? This is the person that you're subbed up to? So let's recap. Earlier in the react, she related to how she basically takes advantage of the mentally challenged. Now we're talking about essay on the elderly, but she's a good person. Really? Huh. You know, where I come from, things are a little bit different. When you do essay on somebody, regardless of age, you're not a good person. And if you take advantage of the mentally challenged, you're also not a good person. And you like my booger. Hey, you baby. See the look at that face. Y'all look at that face. Look at it. Look at it. She didn't know. Well, she is stealthy, Kidney J. She just hops up here whenever she wants. My lap is her throne. She likes to sit in it. Yes, she does. I'm her favorite throne.
And I'm thinking, I wonder if he would react to that. He hasn't been reacting to anything, so I wonder. So, of course, I did it. I'm not proud, but I did it. That should be my quote. I'm not proud, but I did it. I'm like, you better give me the Klondike bar for this, you know? So I go outside. It's like nighttime, and he's just sitting there, no expression. I approach him.
She essayed the elderly for a Klondike bar. What will you do for a Klondike bar? Essay the elderly. Nice, Chantal. Nice.
And I'm like, doing one of these numbers, like nothing. Yeah. All right, so where was I? Oh yeah, it's sad. It's really sad. It's elder abuse. Oh yeah, it's sad. It's really sad. I lift my shirt, my bra up, and I'm just standing there like this, and still the same thing. No reaction. So I start swinging my boobs. Nothing.
Triggering moment. She's walking up to an elderly man and flashing herself in front of an elderly man who's clearly not reacting. And she did that for a Klondike bar. Yep, and this happened too. She doxed Dee Dee's mom, who was in a nursing home, just because she didn't like Dee Dee. That happened too, y'all. But remember, she's a good person, because she said so.
Easiest flashing ever. I used to flash a lot back then. Big deal. I earned my Klondike bar, so that's what I did for a Klondike bar. I flashed a completely vegetative, senile, elderly person. I eat. If you think it's wrong or you're against it, good for you. Then watch something else. Go watch somebody eat a salad or quinoa and rice crackers. If they can't affect you, they try to change the way that people will see you. That's classic bully behavior.
If they can't affect you, they try to change the way that people will see you. That's classic bully behavior.
That's classic bully behavior. You're a bully, take a seat. You're a bully, take a seat.
You're a bully, take a seat.
Targeted harassment is a huge issue and goes beyond just getting normal trolls. And to me, that's what a classic bully does. They'll push you and push you and push you. Whenever you outburst, they want to make you look like them. And I think that's exactly what she did. You're a bully, take a seat. You dish it out, and we're supposed to just sit there and take it. You're a bully, take a seat. And then whenever you defend yourself, they're going to go after your whole family. You're a bully, take a seat. Obviously, I need to try something different here. I'm just going to let Carmen take its course.
We tell the truth, and you know we do.
Yep.
And that's why you hate us and try to control how others see us, slandering us, harassing us, threatening us. For years, we've taken your abuse in stride. Of course, in your true self-serving manner, you over-exaggerate when it comes to you and downplay when it comes to us. You call it defending yourself, docile instead of easily manipulated, impulsive instead of no self-control, defensive instead of truth. You sugarcoat your abusive behavior with a slick tongue, and that forked language flies under the radar of normal people. But survivors, we were built by the very fire you're trying to burn us with. It will never succeed. We are the fire that built us. You're abusive and delusional, immoral and unethical, especially, but not limited to, professionally and financially, and a liability to everyone who crosses your path. You need help.
People are always going to hate, right? The classic saying, haters are going to hate. There's nothing I can do about that. It's an also classic saying that you can only control your response. And no matter how much I would, be just screaming into the void, I'm doing this all in self-defense. I'm acting like a bee in return in self-defense. And it's like, but it's still my reaction and I'm responsible for that. So these have been really hard lessons learned, and I think that I keep cycling between that, raging and being angry and upset, and because I never learned the lesson. So until I finally do, then you'll know, because then I won't be coming online and raging anymore. It always comes back to this feeling of guilt, and just like, because a part of me knows what I'm doing is wrong, and I think a lot of the defensiveness comes from people being right about that part.
All anyone in this community has ever asked you to do was be better and stop hurting innocent people. Stop.
And one more thing. What do we want from Chantal? We want her to tell the truth. We just want her to take accountability. Tell the damn truth. She's given many things to this community, but the one thing she refuses to give is the truth. She will sit on her live streams and her videos and lie, but she never tells the truth. Why? Because her entire world is built on a series of lies that just keep stacking up. And if she insists on coming to YouTube or Kick or any platform and lie to people, then we are going to find the truth and we're going to expose the truth. If she's not going to tell it, then we'll tell it. Because her world is not just harmless lies. It's lies that hurt people. And we're not going to allow you to hurt people, Chantal.
Stop weaponizing YouTube against your co-workers, viewers, and the general audience. And until you do get help and stop it, we will continue to raise awareness in the community. So at least people know what they're getting themselves into, and they're not blindsided or dragged into a shitstorm nobody asked to be in when they started watching you. Personal responsibility. I don't think that's too much to ask, especially for a public platform. We've witnessed suicides in this community over this bullshit. We've seen viewers on both sides be doxxed. People's lives have literally been ruined by you. If lives and the disabled are not enough to change you, what will? We are not hate channels. We are not bullies. We do not target you. We spread awareness. Please stop slandering and defaming an entire community, and by doing so inciting your viewers to do the same. You may not care about getting sued, but do you care about your innocent viewers and their potential of being sued by the false information you spread? When is it enough for you? Or is your appetite for chaos and destruction as big as your appetite for food?
Hi Beezer asked, would you say there's room for critics' reactors as long as they aren't hateful? It's your channel life, so it's fine if you say no, obviously. I used to be what you would call a hater, but then I really took notice of how vile some of the hate was and decided to change my ways. I think there's room for people to not like you, but bullying and interference in your real life take it too far.
So Chantal gets upset at the reaction channels, especially the ones that are the loudest. And they're coming across with their opinions and they're doing it in their own way. Maybe in a more brutal, honest, loud, boisterous way. She doesn't want people that talk about her to get too loud. or expose too much truth, because then they're getting too close to the truth and she doesn't want that happening, and she will immediately try to shut them down. She shuts down any voice that gets too loud, and if there are too many people listening to that voice. You get too loud, you speak too much truth, she wants to shut you down. She hates you the most. And how did we get here, Foodie? Where did we start out at? Where we started was reacting to you when you were just another channel on YouTube. Where are we now? You're someone that you're not just creating content, you are monetizing addiction. You're monetizing obsession. You're monetizing adult fetishes. Your content has gotten really, really dark. But the darker it becomes, the louder we're going to be against it. Just know that. We started off in one place, and then the rabbit hole just got deeper, darker, danker, more disgusting.
I can't. I'm such an extremist. Like, all or nothing. It fucking sucks. Oh, God. I just got a message. I reached out to somebody for some information. But bullying and interference in your real life, take it too far. I reached out to somebody for some information about something in my life, and very eye-opening. Very eye-opening. I'm not calling Dee Dee's work. I don't believe in that stuff, guys. Like, harassing people's real life. I don't believe in that. You guys know that. I wouldn't want someone to do that to me. I think that's dirty. I think online drama and stuff like that should just be kept on YouTube. Like,
yeah, like, this is double language. I don't believe in that stuff, y'all. I would never do it. I would never dox anybody. No, but you have other people doing your dirty work for you. So of course you're going to say, I would never do it. No, you'll get other people to do it for you. Remember Missy Moo, she did a lot for you. You'll find beezers behind the scenes that want to swear loyalty to you, that they'll do the dirty work for you. And that way, if something happens to them, it's no skin off your back. Your hands stay clean. Your channel stays safe. It can't trace back to you. Always getting other people to do the worst work for you.
really, you know, going on live stream and completely involving my innocent family and everything. Why don't you do it off camera? Because you're going to be getting arrested very soon and charged very soon. Oh, and what they use to justify their shitty behavior towards me is a fucking dox. Oh, sorry. See my thumbnail? Who doxed Dee Dee's mom? They did. She let Natard take the video camera into that nursing home, took the video of her room number and her name, which I censored in the thumbnail. Okay, so no, it wasn't me who doxed her. Whole thing, that one time, to justify all of this going in real life. Well, her mom was innocent in this. So is my mom, dumbass. No, I didn't dox the school. Shut up, Shane.
Next, before I go, perfectly imperfect, your job must go. Wait, I'm sorry. Your job just...
Okay, I know you guys can't see what's on the screen. The text is really, really tiny. But here is a community post that Foodie put on her YouTube channel. And it reads, Foodie Beauty says, before I go, perfectly imperfect, your job just got wind of your YouTube channel. They should know you have a bully channel while you are responsible for teaching children not to bully others. Make a reaction to your eyebrows, weirdo. And before you boo-hoo, the psycho is the one who posted my personal financial info, so no sympathy. So going after Perfectly Imperfect's job as a teacher. But she doesn't do doxing, y'all. She's making a public threat to Perfectly Imperfect about her job, just because Perfectly Imperfect made a video about Chantal on her channel. So we're going to go from just doing things on YouTube to let's go in real life and contact somebody's job, trying to get them in trouble or trying to get them fired. But she's a good person, y'all. Never forget that.
Got wind of your YouTube channel. They should know you have a bully channel while you are responsible for teaching children not to bully others. Make a reaction to your eyebrows, weirdo. And before you boo-hoo, this psycho is the one who posted my personal financial info, so no sympathy.
Also included was my address, which she left up for days before YouTube removed it.
She just doxed.
Okay, let's go back. We need that. Hold on. We got to go back to that part. I don't want to see Dee Dee's face anyway.
Your job must go. Wait, I'm sorry. Your job just got wind of your YouTube channel. They should know you have a bully channel while you are responsible for teaching children not to bully others. Make a reaction to your eyebrows, weirdo. And before you boo-hoo, this psycho is the one who posted my personal financial info, so no sympathy.
That part. I would like to add that the video that Perfectly Imperfect made was information that was publicly available. It was public domain. So Perfectly Imperfect did no wrong. She didn't search out private information. It was public domain information.
Also included was my address, which she left up for days before YouTube removed it.
She just doxed my number. She did it with you, Natter. She did it with the Big Turk. She's doing... Going on stalking people is harassment and also will also be dealt with. And the channels around like that will also be dealt with. Don't worry about it. I'm learning patience, but it's gonna be so sweet. I just love when people underestimate me. I just love it.
Does this sound like a victim to you? This supposed victim? Or does this sound like a bully and a predator? Because I'm not seeing victim here. What was she on in that clip? Oh, it could be anything, Kidney J, but back in the day, girl, it wasn't a question of what was she on. The question was, what wasn't she on? It could be anything and everything. It could be Coca-Cola. It could be mushrooms. It could be, you never knew with Chantal. She treated her body like a cocktail glass and put everything in it. It could be alcohol, party favors. Like a lot of times it was the Coca-Cola. It could be the edibles. She did a lot of edibles. It wasn't a question of what is she on. It was a question of what wasn't she on. Heads up in the chat. What happened? What am I missing, Enola? Heads up in the chat for what? I'm so confused, Enola. Is something happening? Let me know, darling. What it was a matter of what wasn't she on? She was always on something. Something. And clearly she's on something here. But she's not a victim. She's not the victim that she paints herself to be. And I know a lot of people that are beezers are like, well, she's just standing up for herself. Somebody doing a simple reaction is not attacking them. They're just challenging the things that somebody says. They're just putting their opinions out there. And if the person in question that is being challenged chooses not to pay attention or respond, they can. But it is not bullying to just put your observations and your opinions out there. It's a public platform. We can all do it. What? Hold on. Wait a second. Something is happening. Puff, are you being racist? I wonder how he got that residency. I'm sure it had nothing to do with his heritage. Can you please explain that comment? Because a lot of people are taking it as racist. Are you being racist? Because I don't put up with racist. You're saying how he got that residency. a lot of people are taking it as racist. Like I mean, I honestly don't understand the question of what you mean by how he got the residency. Can you please explain? Oh boy. Puff, I'm going to say this to you. I have no room in my chat for people who are racist. And if you refer to Bibi as that, that's not nice. That's horrible. Please don't refer to people as that. Please don't. That's not nice. It might be a misunderstanding. So there's a problem when you do a live chat and you can't hear what somebody's saying, what the intonation. Like no racism is allowed here. If there was a misunderstanding, there was a misunderstanding. But let's not call people goat blankers. Like Bibi, listen, I watched back in the day with Bibi. This is what I know of Bibi. He was a very hardworking man from another country. He worked very hard. He was a more than decent person, had the patience of a saint with Chantal. Chantal took advantage of him being a hardworking, decent man. I've also come to know that he was also a Muslim. He was a Muslim man. She took advantage of that man. And it doesn't matter where he came from. He was still a decent, hardworking man. Too good for her. He was too good for Chantal. I didn't see any sleazy behavior from Bibi. I do remember when she came to his house to make Nader jealous, and she stayed there for about an hour or so and just made a nuisance of herself for no random reason other than she wanted to go over there and make Nader jealous. But I don't know if this was a misunderstanding situation, but let's not make any comments that feel like that, okay? Like there's no room in my chat for that.
Love it. What law am I breaking? I was like, what? Did I ask you to harass the sick mother? Blackout drunk on a whole friggin' bottle of rum plus 5 rum punch? I don't know. I guess that's what I said when I was that drunk. Yeah. Maybe. Whatever.
I love when people hate me for no reason. I love it.
I love when people hate me.
Ooh, this was the Cuba Rage. This was one of the Cuba Rages. For those that weren't around at that time, this is just one. There were several. People talk about the Cuba Rage, but trust and believe there was more than one Cuba Rage. There were several parts to this. Her entire time in Cuba, she was raging and melting down and raging and melting down, and like it went on the entire time she was there. So the Cuba Rage that you guys might have seen, there were many parts. Many parts. She wouldn't shut up raging. But the Cuba Rage will always go down in history because this is when she was making a lot of money. This was when she was making $20,000, $30,000 a month. And in Cuba, while she was drunk, this was when the mask was all the way off. She was making a lot of money. She was feeling herself. And she straight up told people how manipulative she was. Remember what she said. She said, I'll be manipulative and then come on the next day and be sweet as pie, and you guys will eat it up. She was telling her viewers, yes, I'm a lying, manipulative bitch, and you guys are addicted to me and you like me and you will put up with it. You'll eat my shit and you'll do it with a smile and I'll laugh at you. She said it with her whole chest too.
For no reason. I love it.
It gives me ammunition. It gives me ammunition.
It gives me ammunition.
I made $500 super chats on this stream. That must make people so mad. I love it. I love it. Mm. Mm.
How the mighty have fallen. Look at this. I'm laughing now because it's funny. Look, saying I'm rich. She's rich, guys, because she got takeout. Let's be jealous. She used to brag about money. I remember when she was in Cuba, she was saying, I've got so much money and I hate money. I absolutely hate it. Guess what? The universe heard her complain about the money and they said, really? You don't like money, do you? Money's a problem, is it? Well, let's just help you out. Hi, Nancy. The universe said, you don't like money? You got too much money? Let's fix things for you. And look what happened. It all went away. But she was high on her horse, making that money. I remember I was there. This one, she used to make hundreds of dollars a night in super chats. I kid you not, hundreds of dollars. Especially when she talked about DV. A lot of people in her audience that had experienced that, they felt sympathetic and they were giving her lots of money. She made thousands of dollars monetizing DV multiple times. Multiple. She was making mad money behind the scenes. And then it all went away.
Miss you all.
Yeah.
The chess.
Oh, yeah. We have an ongoing game of chess because guess what?
I'll beat you all with the chess.
Yeah, you always do. I don't remember which color it was. I think silver or gold. No, it was gold. Anyway.
Sala boy, you thought I forgot about you? Of course not. Wrap your feeble mind around this.
Yeah, in chess, the queen always protects the king. But also in chess, the queen can move all over the board. She can do whatever she wants. Keep that in mind. Okay, we got to cut off the music. Is it still going? Yep, it is. Nope. Nope, no music. Sorry. There's salad. There's what she was protecting. Nope. Oh. Wait, no, we got to go back. I was trying to catch it. Hold on. We got to spotlight that part again. Y'all read that right. Hold on a minute. We'll get to it and I'll stop. Because I don't think this is something that a lot of people know. We're getting there. Just give it a second. Give it a second. Keep going. We're almost there. Failure to launch. That part. Read it. Pause. Foodie Beauty enjoys watching the 9/11 jumpers. Yeah. Yeah, she said that. Yeah. Yep. And I'm going to bring up something that I personally saw. The school incident with the little ones. I saw this bitch do this, and I'm like, I can't believe you're doing it. She grabbed a screenshot of one of the grieving mothers who had just lost her child, blew up the picture, and put it on her community tab. It wasn't like a little bitty picture. It was like a large, large picture of a grieving mother who was in the throes of grief, crying for her child. Decided to put that on her community tab. But she swears she's a good person. So just thought I'm stopping here for a reason. Oh, and this happened too? Of course she is. So it wasn't enough to do it the first time. Let's do it a second time. You know what I think, chat? I think that Chantal's trying to recreate parts of Crackhead Olympics for nostalgia and for views. But here's the thing. She's doing it badly. Like I said, Crackhead Olympics was a one-time thing. You can't recreate the past. You can't bring back the past and make it profitable. Like her drinking the salad dressing. Hold on. Let me find something. There's something I want to show you guys to illustrate how she tries to recreate the past. Because I found something on Twitter. It's a before and now. Give me just a second, please. Won't take me that much time. Got to go back, all the way back. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I'm still looking. I saved a lot of tweets for my next react. Just be patient with me, chat. I'm looking for the specific tweet. Where is it? Damn it. But there was like a side-by-side of when she drank salad dressing before and her doing it now. She's trying to recreate parts of Crackhead Olympics, thinking that'll make her money. She's doing it badly. So she's talking about pumped up kicks again. And you guys can see what she did to the 9/11 jumpers. Nope. Nope. More music. Come on.
Islamophobic and you look like a piece of crap. Calling me ham. Number one, when you're like a big person yourself. Number two, when you know it's haram.
Your intentions are haram. It's haram to you. We are not Muslims. Stop forcing your beliefs on people. It feels like spiritual, I can't say that word, enough. Those are your rules to follow. You're speaking to us like we were all Muslim. You're breaching spiritual sovereignty. Stop. I think that she's using the Muslim faith, the abaya and the hijab as a shield to protect her from consequences of her own behavior. And she's also using the abaya and the hijab and the fact that she took the shahada and proclaiming herself as a Muslim woman to also cater to a certain kind of fear. Yeah, I'm lost in the salad sauce. Like, too much dressing. She's trying to recreate the era at the same time cater to the feeders. I think she's catering to a certain kind of feeder that has a fetish for watching a Muslim woman do haram things, like the eating, the farting, the burping, the acting gross. I saw recently that she dried a pan on her abaya. She was washing dishes and she washed a pan and dried it on her abaya. That's disrespectful.
Too, when you know it's haram, it's like all these comments are Islamophobic, and they're just disgusting. And I didn't miss that at all. But oh, I want to go to Mexico so bad.
You know what? I'm gonna say it. Get mad at me, Foodie. I don't care. You know why I think you put on the abaya and the hijab? One part of that could be to be accepted by Salah, but another part could be because you were hoping, perhaps, you're basically almost setting a trap for the reaction channels. You are hoping that by putting on the abaya and the hijab and taking the shahada and proclaiming yourself to be a Muslim woman, that the reaction channels, we would say hateful things about that, and then you could accuse us of Islamophobia and get our channels taken away. Yes or no? Were you setting a trap for the reaction channels, hoping we'd fall into it? We would say something against Islam or the Muslim people or the Muslim faith, thinking that would get rid of some of the reactors. Well, that didn't happen because we've not been hateful about the Muslim faith or the Muslim people. But it kind of felt like you were setting a trap for us.
Syria. I like my head where it is. Why? I don't want to be friggin' or bombed or something. So bad in Syria. So terrible. You're Islamophobic. And then they're like, we're not Islamophobic. Yeah, you are. You're Islamophobic.
And I mean, I don't mind people that are religious. It doesn't bother me whatsoever. A lot of people ruin it. They use religion to justify violence and horrific behavior.
What was that? You're saying people using a belief system to justify bad behavior. That sounds like you. It sounds like that's what you do. You're hiding behind a belief system for your bad behavior. You're kind of using it as a shield, Foodie.
When really the motive is probably economic or political. Anyway, that's a touchy subject. Kind of too touchy for a mukbang.
Shit on the planet. Then she says, the Muslim Reaver, everyone, let's watch this clip together.
Okay, don't you just love people who pretend like they're all for God and Jesus
Hobie.
and everything else? And
Oh my gosh.
The most hateful pieces of shit on the planet? I like that too. Okay, don't you just
watch his face?
Love people who pretend like they're all for God and Jesus and everything else, and then the most hateful pieces of shit on the planet? I like that too.
And I had to pay for it. Ooh, I have a husband I had to pay for.
If I don't wash it, it smells like Barracuda. No. Regret? What regret? Stuff that you made up? I was literally there during her dying breath, so no regret for being there for her. Okay, no. Like, people just make things up at this point. Like, none of it is even true at all. Period. That's what's stupid. Like, people just, they call me a liar, but believe every dumb thing that comes out of a reactor's mouth. Stuff that's not true, stuff that's contrived and made up for content because they're bored, because they're always wrong. Every single thing that they have said, I can go back and prove that we proved them wrong. Everything is wrong. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
They need that donor so bad.
Yeah. Exactly. Saying dumb things like, oh, they started the fire at the thing. That's like defamation. Like, people just do illegal things and they think that nothing is happening behind the scenes. We'll see.
Let's see. And this is her going off, and I know she was mad this day. Look at the link to that post. Look at that. You can always tell when Chantal's mad. She writes novels. Girl should have been a writer. She'll write entire ass novels on her community posts. 4 or 5 of them in a row, and then she deletes them all. So she's just going off about her eating issue, blah, blah, blah. Let's keep going. because I ain't got time for all that. I ain't got time for all this mess. Foodie. Nope. Nope, we're not doing it. No music.
Too fucking bad. I'll say what I want. Like, if I want to defend myself once in a while, I will. Whatever.
What about this? Is this defending yourself? No. This is you starting this. I've seen you do it the entire history of your channel. You don't know this girl. She did nothing to you. She probably doesn't even know you exist. She can post whatever she wants. What's it to you? And she doesn't owe you an explanation why. You're nobody's boss. You're nobody's god. You're nobody's parent. Fall the fuck back. She's not hurting anybody with her videos. Why did you feel the need to drag her to another platform that you have said multiple times you know is a toxic community and drag her, inciting and swaying your viewers to leave negative comments as well? Was it jealousy? I see she's very attractive, and you mentioned her many followers. And now what? When she says something in defense of herself, you're gonna attack her and call it, quote, defending yourself every once in a while, unquote. No, not this time you won't. This is you. This is what you do. This is what you've always done. You're a shit starter. And if you don't start no shit, there won't be no shit.
Right.
Why do you expect people to take off you? Because your family had to put up with you. And they made everyone around them put up with you too, setting the precedence for your entire life. You expected people to cater to you, take and take and take and take off you, then expected to worship you. And don't forget the suffering you demand and the complete control. You are a hate channel, and I've watched you bait people into the hate just like this right here for years. And then cry victim. You are no victim. You are the aggressor, and you're ruthless at it. You are the bully. Why don't you take your own advice? You know that unsolicited advice you try to shove down our throats. What is it you say? If you don't like it, don't watch it. Or just change the channel. Why don't you take your own advice?
You know, turn it off, guys. If it's well and doesn't make you happy in life, turn it off. That's what I'm learning to do. Do as I say, not as I do. So yeah.
Yeah, and it's also a good idea that when you're bringing a kid up, to not teach them they should have everything they want. That it's okay to not get everything you want when you want it. I don't think she was ever taught that. She was coddled way too much.
So I came upon a story. Well, it was a TikTok. This very popular, I think, teacher. She has like a lot of followers. She was having lunch. And she had Subway. So she opened up her order. And it was completely wrong. Like, she had like a BMT wrap. And it had cucumber.
And here's an example of Chantal stealing somebody else's content. She goes online and she looks for ideas that she can turn into stories that she can tell on her channel. And that's how she makes content, not by actually creating content, by taking ideas from other people. She's a bit of a thief, is Chantal. Instead of coming up with my own ideas for content and being original and unique, let's look at other people and talk about them. Let's borrow from them.
cucumbers and tomatoes on it, and she asked for no cucumbers, tomatoes, or she said she didn't want them on there. So I guess when she opened up her lunch, she found it TikTok worthy to make a whole video about it. You know what? That's my issue. Like, why is it TikTok worthy to make a whole video complaining to a bunch of people who can't do anything about it? Like, just call customer service. Why do you have to make a TikTok complaint?
That's your issue. You don't have an issue in this girl's life. What are you now? The content police. People can only put online what Chantal approves. That's not the way this works. Why is it YouTube worthy to make a whole channel complaining?
Complaining that your
Not
sandwich
only that, like,
had cucumbers and tomatoes, but you didn't ask.
what content is Chantal done? She comes on camera, she'll eat a meal on camera, eat 3/4 or all of the food, and then while on live, tell people that she just didn't like the food. There was nothing wrong with it. She just didn't like it. And basically commit online theft. And show proof of it. I ate all the food. Now watch me get on my phone and get a refund for the food. She's showing how much of a thief she is. Stealing from restaurants, stealing from businesses. She has showcased stealing from Uber Eats and from restaurants and complaining about drivers that couldn't find her exact items. So, but let's complain about somebody complaining about their order. At the same time, bitch, you're a thief. You stolen from people publicly on live.
I mean, lady, no one cares. Anyway. So.
And I agree with you. I hope that they block her on their app, but knowing Chantal, all she would do is just make another account or have a Beezer buy her food and send it to her. She'd always find some kind of workaround. Even if her account got blocked or banned, she'd find a way around that because that's what she does.
I think I'm going to save that and make croutons. Lady, no one cares. Hi, baby girl. Anyway. So she makes a TikTok complaining. And it gets a lot of traction. For some reason. And it gets a lot of traction. For some reason.
But she gets a lot of traction for some reason. Jealous much? So you're jealous about somebody making a TikTok about what they wanted to talk about, and that's on another platform. So you're going to talk about them on YouTube, turn them into content, and then direct people over to that channel to deliver hate for what? When she wasn't even talking about you.
The employee who made the sandwich made a TikTok in reply and was like, it was me. You know, the receipt, it was like an online order, a mobile order, and the receipt said, you know, cucumbers and tomatoes. So she actually shows, like, she literally has a literal receipt.
Now, I get why the person in question wanted to complain about their order if they ordered stuff that was very specific. But why is she complaining about it? What business is it of hers about what happened to this other woman? It had nothing to do with her at all. When Chantal has complained about not getting enough sauces in her order, she gets crabby if she doesn't get enough sauces. Didn't she get like an $11 credit because she didn't get enough sauces? So you'll talk about other people complaining about their order, but then you'll turn around and get a full refund for yours. Okay. That makes sense, I guess. Whatever.
And sure enough, it has her name and the order. So it's like, womp, womp, womp. So it's like, womp, womp, womp. And now people are like asking her to apologize to the poor employee. I mean, the employee didn't have to go, like, well, I guess it's the internet. They probably would have found out.
No, Keto. This is a retro react from a channel called Knock Knock It's Karma. This was like a few years ago. Let me see the exact date of it. This is called, let me look real quick. This is a channel, Knock Knock It's Karma. And this was posted 2 years ago. Just 2 years ago. So it's like this is a retro react. Because I'm not watching Chantal stuff her face for her recent live.
It was. But, like, honestly, all you have to do is just call the Subway. I'm sure they would have been like, well, I guess if you're at school, you can't go back, but make a complaint on the mobile order app. Call customer service when you have time. I'm sure they would refund you. And just pick the tomatoes and cucumbers off. Like, what effect did you expect to have by making that video? You know? You think people were going to go with pitchforks and lanterns to the Subway and, like, you know? Anyway. Sometimes the things you see on social media stress you out. I'm sure there's people that think that way about watching me. Well, too fucking bad. I'll say what I want. Like, if I want to defend myself once in a while, I will. Whatever.
A lot of people ask what happened to Chantal to make her this way. It's not what happened to her. It's what didn't happen to her. Chantal was able to tantrum her way out of every discipline in her life. She's a self-confessed brat that always got her way. End quote. Has a hard time not getting her way. End quote. She also self-confessed to us her undying love for defiance since small childhood, practicing it until she made it a lifestyle. So much so she built her entire life around it. Beezing. Beezing is defiance.
I like that. She made defiance her lifestyle. She built a lifestyle and a channel based around defiance. Is that not appropriate, chat? She built a lifestyle and a life based around defiance, being defiant to people, bucking up to authority, not following rules, going against the system, being rebellious, being bratty. I do what I want. Beezing is essentially defiance, is it not? She gave it a cutesy name, but it's essentially, at its core, defiance. I'm going to do what I want. I'm going to eat a bunch of food even though I shouldn't. I'm going to come on camera and do a bunch of chemicals and be effed up out of my mind. It's all defiance. A lifestyle of nothing but defiance.
Spite, rage, vindictiveness, hatefulness, drugs, sex, anything and everything unethical and immoral. She wants to be bad. She loves it.
Honestly, it was fun. Like, I don't know, I just like beezing sometimes, being really, really, really bad.
She had also upgraded his name.
Gore World, for many years you have sat here dumbfounded at all this, expecting and wanting better for Chantal than she wanted for herself. I'm here to tell you we can only help those who help themselves. We are expecting a character from Chantal that we will never see, because that character is built from being told no, from waiting, from struggling and working hard. Those types of struggles in life build character. Chantal fought that discipline as a child and refuses it as an adult, telling us all in her video, I've never really struggled, guys. I don't know what true suffering is.
Nope. She tries to paint herself a victim. And she has said, I've never really been through anything. I don't know what a struggle is. I don't know what it is to survive. I don't know what it is to live. I don't know what it is to go through things. She's always wiggling her way out of things and pivoting out of tight corners. So she's never struggled. And speaking of defiance, let's talk about her current live streams. That people who come into her live streams, that they mean well. They express concern over her overeating, her having B moments, that you honestly do care for Chantal. Maybe your heart is in the right place. Understand that she is a hardcore addict, and she's got several addictions stacked on top of each other. She's got an addiction for attention. She's got an addiction for food. She's got an addiction for party favors, for men. She's got multi-layered addictions, and they're all connected and bonded to each other. But if you're someone and you are just being concerned and you are expressing concern, she's going to look at that as an attack. Why? Because she's not ready to change. She doesn't want her addictions to go away. She treats them like best friends. And she's not going to abandon her best friends. If Chantal tells you that she's in a relationship, she is. She's in a relationship. She is absolutely married, just not to Salah. She got married long ago to her addictions. And those are relationships that she will never abandon or change or divorce. She's already married very tightly to her addictions. She's faithful to her addictions. Her addictions, relationships, she will always be faithful to. She's never cheated on. She's never abandoned. She's already committed to something. And because she is, her real life relationships will never work out. She's already committed. She's already married. And those relationships with addiction matter more to her than any person-to-person relationship she has with anybody, whether it's family, friends, pets. Everything else is secondary. Yeah. Her addictions are her only committed relationships. You're already married, Chantal, just to the wrong thing. And as long as you are married to that thing, no relationship with any man is ever going to work out. Goose! Hey, Goose. I see you sneaking in here. You did. I was doing a react, Goose, to Knock Knock It's Karma. You're going to love this one. This video is called Predator Hiding in Plain Sight, showcasing her many predatory behaviors. And it's a very dark trip down the rabbit hole. I just want to show people what an abusive bitch she is. Like how bad it is, how dark it is, things she's done, abusing the disabled, the mentally challenged. It's bad. It's real bad.
Therefore, she will never get the gold that is bred from that suffering, the inner gold, Gore world. Career speaking, it is you who make her, and it is you who will decide when enough is enough and break her. And that is why she truly hates you. You have everything she's ever wanted. You're decent people, and you're loved, and financially secure. And more than anything else, you have control. It's the only thing she loves more than...
Shut up, Foodie. I mean, not Foodie. Knock, knock. Sorry. Hey, Nancy Jennings, thank you for the super chat. I am blessed to have friends. We talk. There are emotions. When do you think she actually spoke to a person one-on-one? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't think she's ever had a single friend in her life. I think she doesn't see people as friends or relatives or loved ones. She just looks at them as resources to be used at any and every opportunity. And I've met people like Chantal. Like someone like Chantal, male or female, if they're a user, if they're a scammer, if they're a manipulator, they will walk up to you and they'll talk to you. Not because they really want to get to know you. They're looking for information. They're looking to see if you have some kind of social standing or resources that they can use at some point. They're taking notes. They're putting everything in a mental Rolodex of what you do, what you have, can they benefit somehow? It's like collecting a resource to be used either currently or later on. And that's what she does. She sizes people up on how much she can use them and how often. With Chantal, there is no such thing as being a friend. It's about she's just logging you in about your usefulness to her and what she can use you for.
Food, control, and she will be as dirty and devious as she needs to be to get control, especially control over people she hates. For whatever reason that makes...
Hey, I got a question. This is like off topic. Goose, you keep talking about this particular boar. What's his name? Is it Boris? I'd like to see a picture of him if you can. I want to see this magnificent boar of a pig. I think he's got personality. He sounds like he's quite the character. Can you post a picture? Yeah, Boris. Can you show us what Boris looks like? Because he sounds magnificent, this Boris. Well, thank you. And hey, Goose, listen to me. Goose, no rose emojis this time. Just a picture of Boris, thank you. Do not use the rose emoji. Hear me? Thank you.
Her feel extra good about herself.
I don't know. I don't know what to say about Beezers who left because, you know, Holy Trinity, for example, and this is not drama, not knocking them because they'll always have a special place in my heart, but they were around during my most pathetic time when I was with someone who they hated, hated. They knew what he was like and they were still here for me, but they seemed to disappear after I got with Salah, you know, because like, I think they didn't think that, like, you know, what I was doing at the time was like good, but it's like, to me, real friends stick around no matter what. And like, they were around for all that crap, but now they're not. It doesn't make any sense to me. You know what I mean?
So her point of view is real friends should stick around no matter what. No. That's not how this works. If you care about your friends, you don't abuse your friends. You don't use your friends. You don't manipulate your friends. You don't lie to your friends. And if you do that behavior to somebody, they have the perfect right and reason to walk away from you because you are being abusive, bitch. Just because somebody's a friend doesn't mean that they should be abused in any way or mistreated in any way. Friendship is a privilege. And if you abuse the privilege should be revoked. You care about your friends, you don't use your friends like that. Yeah, friendships are earned and respected. You know, there's a saying, angry people always end up alone for a reason. She's an angry person. And notice that despite the fact that she's in her 40s now, she's alone. There's nobody that is riding and dying for Foodie. She doesn't have any friends. She's been all over the place. She's been in many different areas of the world. She's known people. Why is it that she's alone? Because she's an angry, abusive person. She's alienated people that cared about her, even her own family. And because of that, she's alone. Angry, abusive people always end up alone in the end. Always.
So I was thinking about that the other day.
That's the price you pay for hurting people.
But sometimes, I don't know, just people change and it comes and goes, especially my chats, they're like a revolving door, you know? And I think because I go through so many phases in my life, it's like hard to keep up. You know what I mean? It may be frustrating to people, I don't know.
I find it so scary how you can turn on your most loyal people. That is not how that went down. They left when you got with Salah because you acted like you were too good for anybody, and better than them because you had a guy willing to claim you. You let Salah block Sofa King for saying underwear. They literally did nothing wrong. And you treated them like shit, and allowed Salah to treat them like shit. And they finally walked.
Yeah, and here's the sad thing. There's lots of people in girl world that have been around for a long time. I see a lot of names from back in the day in the chat. I see a lot of names that I recognize from way back when. Y'all want to hear something sad? Back when Foodie was doing the Crackhead Olympics thing, I saw a lot of names that I don't see anywhere anymore. Even her original mods. Lamborghini, Plain Cheeseburger, Sofa King. Ain't nobody from back in the day back in her chat. It's all the new batch of Beezers. It's all new people. It's not people that have been around her for years and years and years. It's all like mostly the new batch. A lot of her older OG Beezers are gone. They've moved on from Foodie. Well, some of them are back in there, but not a huge amount. She's like the the unholy trinity. I call them the unholy trinity because they were a bunch of jerks. They were jerks. But where are all those OG people? They haven't followed her over to Kick. They took off. She wore them out.
And thank God they did. It's a sign of a healthy mind when boundaries can be set and respected. You treat people like shit. What don't you get about that? It's you or you.
Yeah, and this right here. Even Bears just said she was sad of eating habits and she went off. And that's what drove away a lot of people from Chantal's chat. She gets angry and she gets furious when the Beezers, they watch her content and they see what she's doing to herself. They see that she's letting her addictions rule her life and run her life, and they don't want to watch her demise. I don't think she understands that. Some people walk away for the sake of their own mental health, their own emotional health. They don't want to subject themselves to watching a woman destroy herself. They don't want to be there if something happens to her medically on live. They have to walk away. Oh, nice, Trinka. But they don't want to watch Chantal like go down the tubes. I don't think Chantal understands that people don't want to watch an addict do their addictions in front of the public and destroy themselves. It's depressing content. It's negative content. It's too much. It's way too much. And they don't want anything to do with it. Nice, Trinka. We do understand, Trinka, and welcome, and thank you for being here. Thank you. I'm glad that you are brave, and I'm glad to have you here and that you're talking in the chat. Thank you. But just Chantal, she wants people to support her in her addiction, but then when people just get oversaturated with the content and they're like, I have to walk away, then she calls that person a hater. No, they're not a hater. They're oversaturated with the nonsense and they've had enough and they got to walk away for themselves.
People are human and they have limits, you know? Like, you know what? The first thing I want to make, and you guys have to hold me to it, and you guys have to hold me to it, and you guys have to hold me to it.
New viewers, do not, I repeat, do not hold Chantal accountable. If you do, you're one bad day away from being labeled a hater, your family doxxed, your jobs called, and your children harassed.
Because, let's face it, especially my channel lately, like I said, I've been getting more thumbs down.
Yeah, let's talk about S-Jam. Thank you for bringing that up, Grandma Smurf. S-Jam started out being a Beezer. And he gave Chantal lots of money. And when I say lots of money, S-Jam gave her thousands of dollars a night. Literally thousands. Oh, he would come in the room and just literally drop $1,000 in super chats on Chantal. How was he able to do this? Because he had a sort of an accident. He got some sort of like settlement or something, and insurance or something, and he spent it on Chantal. And she loved him coming in and spending that money. But the moment he ran out of money, then she just said he was a weirdo and a creep. He was a real fan. But he was also kind of like a feeder as well. He liked the bigger girls that ate food. But he started out being a beezer of Chantal. And then after he ran out of money, then she didn't want to know him.
I'm looking forward to taking care. I don't know how long I'm going to have comments disabled for, but maybe just until things quiet down a bit, because people are like coming for me hard. Just like, quiet down, my babies. You guys are going to hold me accountable for this. I don't get people who say things like,
yeah, and that too. Hold on. Mrs. Peel coming through. Yeah, the same thing with Shani and Rev. Believe it or not, y'all, Rev got $750,000 from his family. And for a few years, they were just spending money like crazy. They dropped a lot of money on Chantal until they ran out of money too. But while they were dropping that money, Chantal was supporting Shani. It's amazing how she goes from I love you as long as you're spending money to I don't want to know you as soon as you're broke. Like her opinion switches on how much money you're spending on her. You know, as long as you're giving her something she wants, then she loves you. But the moment you can't or you won't, then you're a hater and fuck you and get out of here. That's her attitude with people. Give me something that I want and I love you to death. But the moment you can't, then, you know, like I'm blocking your calls.
you're stuffing your face with pizza. Why do you bother going to the gym? You guys are going to hold me accountable for this. Or people who say like, why did you bother getting a diet soda? You guys are going to hold me accountable for this.
I want to just be able to do vlogs, do mukbangs, eat what I want without people counting every calorie I put in my mouth.
You guys are going to hold me accountable for this. It's because having a weight loss channel, like I've said before, on YouTube there's a lot of pressure. And, you know, people will say, well, you just don't want to be held accountable. You don't want to be, no, I don't want to be scrutinized and feel guilty for making a choice. You guys are going to hold me accountable for this. If I don't want to address my weight right now, then that's my choice. You guys are going to hold me accountable for this. I just really, you know, if you don't want to be here to watch my videos, then don't. That's all I'm saying. You guys are going to hold me accountable for this. Healing and getting better from my eating disorder offline where I'm not judged. You guys are going to hold me accountable.
And another thing, like this is almost over, I think. Yeah, we've only got a little bit left. For those people who might be here that are beezers, that might go into her kick chat later, something from me, as someone that I've dealt with food addiction. As long as Chantal is publicizing and monetizing her addiction on a public platform, as long as she's using eating to make money, and clearly she's using eating to make money, as long as she is putting it on display, making it a spectacle, turning it into a show, her show, as long as that's part of her identity, part of her content, as long as she's catering to the feeders, which clearly she is, because she includes food in with all of her content, her addiction will not be broken. Understand that if you're an addict, whatever it is you're addicted to, it's not about just beating the addiction. You got to make a whole new lifestyle revolving around staying away from that addiction. That might include not going into certain places or not hanging out with certain people that might trigger you. You've got to commit yourself completely to sobriety, whatever it takes. She's not ready to commit herself to sobriety and getting straight by keeping herself in an environment that encourages her to do her addictions publicly and get paid for it. So as long as she's on social media and she's using food to get money from people, as long as people are paying her to eat food live on camera, as long as they're paying her for private content off of YouTube involving food. That addiction, her addictions will never go away, ever. From everything I've seen on Kick, she's just getting further down that hole. She's not even trying to get herself out. And all the people that are in Chantal's chat talking about food, sending her super chats, you're just enabling her, an addict, in her addictions. So as long as there's a bunch of enabling, as long as she's getting financial compensation to come online and get high in front of people and get paid for it, she's going to keep going with that because it's a very toxic but successful system for obtaining funds. She's got an endless source of money from those funders, from those enablers. And Chantal's all about listening to the enablers and the funders and blocking out those who are not funders and enablers, who are just honestly concerned. So if you're someone and you're not funding and enabling that behavior, it wouldn't be, it's just not healthy to watch her. If you're waiting for that magic moment where she stops her addictions and turns a new leaf, it's never going to happen, because the funders and enablers far outnumber you, and they're a lot stronger than you. Chantal's addictions are very, 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 very strong. They've literally consumed her, and they're about ready to swallow her whole. So if you don't want to watch her decline, best to jump off the boat now before it completely sinks, because it is sinking. Make no mistake, it is sinking. You want to go down with her, go down with her. But if you're waiting for that magic moment where she gets healthy and she beats the addictions, if she's not going to therapy, if she's not going to inpatient, she's never going to get better. You got to do the mental work as well as the physical work. And can you really tell me that her doing grocery hauls, which are basically glorified munchie runs, where she's buying 4 boxes of Cheez-Its and 4 bags of chips, that she's really trying to get healthy? I don't think so. I really don't think so. Her buying bags of snacks and eating them all in like a few days, that's not getting healthy. You can't heal in the same environment that you hurt in. If you want to heal, you got to make a whole new environment with new people. And she's staying in the same unhealthy environment with the same unhealthy habits, and people enabling her and funding her and pushing her forward to keep on with the food addiction. So as long as that's going on, nothing is going to change. She's being persuaded to stay in her addictions rather than get out. So that's for any beaters that might be watching. But you really care about Chantal, you're not supporting her financially. If you're waiting for that moment for her to turn a leaf, you're waiting for that happy ending, it's not going to come. It is not going to happen. And I'm not saying that as a hater. I'm saying that as someone that I watched her for years. It hasn't happened yet. It's not going to happen, especially right now. Might as well just jump off that boat and save yourself the emotional and mental aggravation and exhaustion of waiting for that day to happen.
For this. I know Amberlynn's going through the same thing. Yeah, and if something happened one day, not saying that I will do this, but if I decide not to be vegan for whatever reason, I won't have people making tons of videos about it. I won't have people judging me on decisions I make in my life, you know, that don't affect them.
You guys are gonna hold me accountable for this.
I'm not gonna miss that stuff. I'm being honest, and it sounds bitter, and I kind of am. Like, honestly, I've seen firsthand what social media and what being on YouTube is really about, and I kind of am. Like, honestly, I've seen firsthand what social media and what being on YouTube is really about, and I just don't want to be part of that negativity, toxicity, and drama anymore. And yeah, so anyways, guys, so I wish you well in your future endeavors, and I will see you anon. Bye, guys.
So that was it. It was all over. Chantal had quit YouTube. And with that, that brings us to the end of our Mukbang to Madness series. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Is that it?
Hey guys.
Oh.
So at this point, I know you probably think that I'm trolling you, and I promise that's not the case. I just wanted to talk a bit about some things that I've been thinking about. I know it was only like, what, yesterday since I put up my video and kind of had a tantrum. I think I reacted very emotionally.
So she was back. Not even a full day, and she was back. She was unhappy that people criticized her, but everyone on YouTube gets criticism.
Do you know them? I don't know them. I don't know them personally, Tammy. They've been doing it for a while. You know that I guess you know more about them, but that's the thing with reaction channels. Like unless you dig into their past, they don't really talk personally about themselves a lot.
I thought you didn't dig into people's personal lives. I thought you didn't go in real life. And if it's in the past, it's in the past for a reason. And if a creator doesn't want to share something with the public, it's not your place to take it upon yourself and go dig it up and spread it. That is literal stalking and harassment. And whoever you are soliciting this information for is also committing a crime. And if there are financial records of the solicitation, it's really a crime. Also, this is recent. I thought you've changed.
Unless you dig into their past, they don't really talk personally about themselves a lot of them, so they just judge other people for how they're living their life, you know? That's why the bullying is what it is actually against terms of service. Born Villain, a lot of them are actual hate channels for sure. They do break terms of service, and honestly, I think honestly it's just a matter of time, you know, until they go way too far or they already have and it gets.
Here's the thing, Chantal. We don't break terms of service. That's why we're still here. That's why we have our monetized channels. You broke terms of service hundreds of times. Hundreds. Even before your monetization was taken away from you. You had so much time and so many chances to turn things around. Your warning sign was when your channel was taken away from you. And you begged and you pleaded to get your channel back. YouTube did something unprecedented. They gave your channel back. That was your warning. Did you heed the warning? No. You just felt untouchable. Bye, Dan. You felt untouchable. You thought, they're going to keep me here just because there's so many reaction channels based around me, and that's a whole lot of income for YouTube. That alone made you feel untouchable, that you could do whatever it is you wanted. You had years to change your content. Did you? No. Even when the lawsuit with TikTok and Instagram and all that happened, the changes to the policies came 3 years before they actually did anything. 3 years. You had 3 years to change. And then Amberlynn Reed got struck. Did you delete stuff off your channel? No. Corky Love Rose got demonetized. Did you change anything? No. What did you do? Your response was to make a pizza video. You were testing YouTube to see what they would do. You were like a naughty child. I'm going to do a pizza video to see how far I can push it. Well, you pushed it, and look what happened. But you had a lot of time way before then to set things right. They sent you warning emails. You knew that people were reporting you left and right. You did nothing because you were arrogant. You thought, oh, I'm Foodie Beauty. I've got a 100K channel. There's a bunch of reaction channels that will react to me. YouTube is benefiting from those reaction channels and from me being here, so they won't touch me. Well, guess what? They touched you. Boy, did they touch you. And you've been salty ever since because you had spent years building the perfect, toxic, addiction enabling machine. And in one move, YouTube smashed it with a big old ban hammer. And now you're on Kick, and now you're salty because you're not making as much money, and you have to spend hours and hours on Kick, making $16 an hour versus making thousands of dollars on YouTube. And that's why to this day, you're still raging at the reaction channels because, bitch, we're still here and we're still monetized. And that is an injury you just can't get over because you've been confined to Kick. You had the perfect, easy system, and now it's all over. Now you got to actually work a little bit harder to make some money. And that's probably why you're doing all those Foodie requests behind the camera. And that's why you're getting to the Foodies on Kick, trying to get some of those people back, make some money. You're salty about the income that you lost doing fuck all on YouTube. Well, shouldn't have broken the rules.
That's all, you know? So, they use bad words. No feel! Icarus, people have been through different levels of things, different things, and some people handle things more. And I'm not acting out. How am I acting out? Once in a while, making a community post addressing something, it's not acting out. I don't go real life and ruin people's lives, or try to. Unless you dig into their past, they don't really talk personally about themselves a lot. Condoning this and laughing at it and egging it on? No, you don't give a fuck about my family, hypocrites. That's what it is. Jesus. And I have the address to your family too. Thanks. And I have the address to your family too. Thanks. Anyway. But I'm not a piece of fat shit like you, Farty. I'm not a piece of shit like you. You know, I'm going to let the law deal with you.
You know what? You're right, Foodie. You're not a fat piece of shit. You're the entire sewer. You're right. You got me there. You're not a fat piece of shit. You're just the entire sewer. The entire sewer, girl. And you smell.
So I would say I'm the better person, even though I don't care about them whatsoever. So yeah. Sorry, I could list the amount of things these people have done to me. And versus what I've even done, period, for sure. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. But I mean, sometimes that's it. I can't help it. You know, it feels good to like tell people off sometimes. I can't help it.
Did you know that narcissistic abuse actually causes brain damage in the victims? Let me explain it to you here. When you're with a narcissist, they stress you out. Duh, that's a given. The stress hormone in your body is called cortisol. Your cortisol level in your body over time raises to such an astronomical level that if it was spread over to 2 to 3 people, it would still be considered high for those 3 people, but it's all within you. That high cortisol level is going to actually cause your hippocampus to shrink. Your hippocampus is the part of your brain that's in charge of your short-term memory and your decision making. It's also going to swell your amygdala, which is in charge of your primal emotions. You know, the fears, the anxieties, the guilt, the lust, the shame, all of that. It's going to swell it up, so it's going to make it hyperactive. So you're going to be in a constant state of survival mode. This is what's anatomically happening biologically in your brain. You're not crazy. You're not crazy at all.
That's weird.
And this is why people who are being hurt or abused, they have to run because they're doing a lot of damage to you on the inside, and it takes time to heal from that.
Dolls are in storage would be useful right now. Yeah, they would. Remember Ghostface had some too? My voodoo dolls are in storage would be useful right now. Yeah, they would. Remember Ghostface had some too? Hello, Ghostface Gamer. Sorry for your rage. It's okay, I'm not. Can you do a voodoo doll of all the haters? Thanks.
Y'all catch that? Can you do a voodoo doll on all the haters? Do you think encouraging somebody to do something negative and magical to other people? Can you do a voodoo doll to all the haters? Nice, Chantal. Real nice. Encouraging dark magic on the reactors. Real nice.
Anyways.
Gentle, So now you're soliciting witchcraft on us. I've known about the witchcraft in this community for many years now.
And keep in mind, she's soliciting someone to do, it's not really witchcraft, it's part of voodoo, I think. But either way, it's something magical. But she's doing this while she's wearing the hijab, while she's portraying herself as a Muslim woman. So you're soliciting someone to do something darkly magical on other people while portraying yourself as a Muslim woman. And again, we go back to, I'm mad at people, and you're asking someone to do some dirty work for you, using somebody else's hands to do her dirty work, rather than she do it. She wants the bad energy to fall on somebody else.
But I never thought you would be so bold as to solicit it publicly. That's going way further than in real life. You know you're stepping over into a whole new ball game, right?
Okay, we got to go back. Okay, keep going.
You're stepping over into a whole new ball game, right?
The Quran forbids magic and punishes magicians. Most magical descriptions were written in Arabic because Arabic was assumed to be sacred. In verse Yunus 2, Muhammad is falsely accused of being a magician by his opponents. Yet the disbelievers said, indeed, this man is clearly a magician. But it is forbidden in the Quran, Foodie. Black magic is condemned in Islam. So that was the video, y'all. That was it. So what do y'all think? You know, I had a choice between reacting to Envy today and this one, and I thought this one was more appropriate. Because we can talk about Envy another time. We know she has a lot of envy. But I've been calling her a predator for a long time, and you guys just saw the many examples how much she is a predator. She preys on the weak. She preys on the mentally challenged. She doesn't care. So just to give you a clear idea, is this person, Chantal, a good person? I don't think a good person would prey on the mentally challenged or those that are, you know, have weaker constitution. Just kind of like an eye-opener for those who may not know what they're subbed up to, what they're giving super chats to, what they believe in. Well, thank you. It was very good. And again, this is courtesy of the channel Knock Knock It's Karma. And I would do, like, maybe I would do Envy right now, but that might stretch the react too long. I don't know if you guys want me to go into that. We've already been sitting here for like 4.5 hours. Like, there might be other people online right now. I haven't checked to see what the other reaction channels are doing. But I don't know if you guys want to cut it off here. We could cut it off here and call it a day. I'm sure you guys got things to do. It's a beautiful Saturday. You might want to just jump into getting things done today. There are people pleasers who are like her. Well, you know, like attracts like. You know, you gravitate what is most like you. Can we have a twofer? I don't know. I think I should cut it off here and wait to do Envy another time, because Envy's pretty long also. It's like over 2 hours for that one. This is not a short video. Like, I don't want to stretch this react into like 8 hours. Please do it. Please do it. You want me to do it? You want me to get into Envy? Okay. Okay. How do I do a poll here? How do we do a doggone poll? I don't even know how to do a poll. How do you do it on StreamYard? Okay, 1's in the chat if you want to see me do like envy right now. 2 if you're good. 2 if you're good. 1 if you're like, let's save it another time. You're not going to torture me. 1 if we're good. 2 if you want. 1 if you're good. 2 if you're like, do the react. There's a lot of people saying that they're good. Like we don't have to do it. I'm seeing a lot of 1s. I'm seeing a few 2s though. Uh-oh, we're split. It seems like it's going to be 50-50. A lot of people are spamming 1 though. They're like, we're good for now. We got 2s though. Y'all make up my mind. Make up my mind. Go eat and come back. I can't come back later. I gotta work. One, you just got back. You know what? I'm going to make the smart decision for me and nobody boo me and throw tomatoes at me. I think I'm going to cut it off here and then just do the Emmy one maybe tomorrow or something. I'm a gamer. Oh, the pressure. The pressure. Set a time for tomorrow. I'll do my best. I'm going to cut. Hemlock coming in through with it. You're a gamer. Go for it. I'm going to go get something to eat. I haven't eaten much of anything today. I need to go eat. I'm going to take a nap and I have to work later on tonight. But we've been here for 4.5 hours. Don't pressure me. All right. Thank you guys for coming in. I'll do what I want. But we'll do the envy and the other ones another time. But thank you guys for coming in, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your Saturday. And Nola, don't you throw tomatoes at me. What is this nonsense? Hey, harassment. All right, I'm out. Y'all take care. Have a good one. Bye, everybody.